Chosen one, listen closely. This is not just another message scrolling by. This is a holy interruption, a divine detour written into your timeline by the hand of heaven. You didn't click on this by chance. Whether it found you in the middle of your busyness or was shared by someone who sensed your need, this moment has been carved out of eternity for you. Right now, heaven is leaning in. Angels are watching, not with judgment, but with longing. Longing for you to pause, longing for you to hear, longing for you to receive what your soul has been aching for. They are begging, yes, begging, not because you are weak, but because what's ahead is so great, and what's been surrounding you is so dangerous. There are unseen wars being waged over your decisions, over your destiny. And for these next 21 minutes, you are being offered a spiritual lifeline, one that hell cannot counterfeit and man cannot manufacture. The enemy has tried to distract you, numb you, delay you, but God has intervened, and He is asking for something simple: your attention, your surrender, your yes. This message is not entertainment, it is a rescue mission. And if you've ever wondered if God still speaks, listen. If you've ever begged for a sign, this is it. And if something inside you just whispered, stay, don't ignore it. What if the next 21 minutes carried the instructions that would change the rest of your life? What if healing begins not when you feel ready, but when you simply say yes? What if this very moment is the divine reply to a cry you've long forgotten you made? What if the angels have been waiting for you to receive this exact word right now? And what if 777 is not just a number, but a prophetic signal of alignment, completion, and spiritual agreement? Type 777 in the comments now if your spirit says yes. Let it be your faith in motion. Let it echo through the atmosphere as your divine, I'm listening. And to every soul who's already sown into this ministry through a super thanks, thank you. Truly, your generosity is helping carry these messages farther than algorithms ever could. Whether you gave publicly or in silence, heaven saw it, and I honor it. Stay with me through this entire word, because at the end, I will speak a blessing over your life that no demon can cancel. A prayer that seals this moment with power. A covering that angels respond to. Your breakthrough is closer than you think. Are you ready? Then breathe deep and lean in. We begin now. God's chosen ones, you have only 21 minutes. The angels are begging you. Beloved chosen one, allow this moment, this breath, to become sacred, not just a pause in your day, but a divine interruption in the rhythm of your exhaustion. Something deeper than logic is happening here, something older than time. The very air around you is beginning to shift because heaven has issued a summons with your name written into it. Not to burden you with religion, not to restrain you with rules, but to reawaken what the world tried to bury. The part of you that remembers who you were before the pain, before the striving, before you began pretending to be fine. You have fought so long to stay upright in a world that doesn't even know what it's costing you. But heaven knows. The one who shaped your very DNA remembers. He hasn't missed a moment of your tears or your inner trembling. You were never unseen. You were always watched over by the same God who said to Jeremiah, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you." Jeremiah 1:5. Can you feel it? That gentle pull. It's not emotion, it's a presence, a stillness that enters the room like a whisper, not demanding but undeniable. Picture now, not with your eyes, but with your soul. A hand placed gently on your shoulder. It doesn't jolt you, it grounds you. That touch is not here to push you, it's here to hold you. A voice speaks, not out loud, but from within. A voice not laced with shame or criticism, but with clarity and compassion. It is the voice that called Moses from the bush, the same voice that whispered to Elijah in the cave, not in the fire, not in the wind, but in the still, small voice. Have you wondered how you're still here? Have you questioned why certain disasters missed you, why some nights you barely held on, but somehow you did? Do you remember that one unexplainable delay, that strange urge, that whisper in your gut that you couldn't shake? That wasn't your intuition alone. That was divine choreography. Even now, you are surrounded, not by fate, but by force, celestial force. From your very first breath, 2 angels have walked beside you. Not symbolic angels, real ones, holy watchers, guardians that stood between you and what was meant to destroy you. Think of Elisha's servant in 2 Kings 6. When his eyes were opened, he saw it, a hidden army of chariots and fire. Those who are with us are more than those who are with them. 2 Kings 6:16. That wasn't just for him. It's also for you. You've felt abandoned before. But what if the silence wasn't absence? What if it was strategy? In 2001, actor and activist Mark Wahlberg shared how he missed his scheduled flight, American Airlines Flight 11, on the morning of September 11th, the same flight that struck the World Trade Center. At the time, he had no idea he had been spared. It shook him deeply. And he's not alone. Time and again, people find themselves accidentally diverted, saved by what looks like inconvenience. But delay is sometimes divine. And then there are those who ignore the voice, who dismiss the nudge. Like Bernie Madoff, once a respected financier, who ignored the whispers of conscience and warning signs from others. His greed built an empire of deception. But when the walls collapsed, his legacy was not wealth. It was ruin, prison, and the deep betrayal of thousands. Ignoring divine restraint has consequences. A young woman named Aveline once shared how, as she was about to step into a toxic relationship, a sudden unease gripped her. She couldn't explain it, but her spirit recoiled. That night she dreamed of a staircase she was about to descend, but an invisible hand blocked her path. She woke up in tears and walked away. Months later she learned the truth. That man had a hidden life of violence. She was saved, not by luck, but by love. Even the earth understands this kind of guidance. The monarch butterfly, in its fragile form, migrates thousands of miles guided by an inner compass no scientist fully understands. It dodges storms, predators, and starvation with a precision that feels divine. If nature is wired for protection, why would you, the beloved of God, not be? Right now, in this very moment, something is reaching out for you. Not in theory, but in reality. Not just God's voice, but His messengers. You have not been alone, you've been assigned. And your story, though scarred, is fiercely guarded. Because your life isn't random, it is royal. And royalty always moves with protection. So pause, breathe. The angels are still standing watch. You may not realize this yet, but the angels assigned to you, yes, your angels, love you with a love that originates not from themselves, but directly from the burning heart of God. Their devotion to you is not abstract, it is fierce, focused, and right now, it is urgent. They've been watching the subtle unraveling that even you haven't fully admitted. They've seen how hope has been slowly leaking out of your soul like a punctured vessel. They've witnessed the invisible battles, the lies whispered in the quietest hours when no one else is around. Lies that say you're too flawed, too far gone, too late to be rescued. But these lies are not just words, they're traps. And heaven sees them for what they are, assignments from darkness, calculated to dismantle your destiny. The angels have gone before God's throne, not once, not twice, but over and over again with trembling urgency. They have cried out, "Please, Father, let us go again. Let us try once more to reach them before the damage becomes final." Can you feel the weight of that kind of love? Not passive, not distant, but protective, urgent, relentless. That is why this message has arrived in your life at this very moment. Not to frighten you, but to awaken you. This isn't judgment, it's rescue. The pursuit of heaven for the heart of one God refuses to give up on you. And he isn't trying to shame you into obedience. He's trying to love you back into wholeness. Right now, even as these words meet your eyes, the Spirit of God is moving through the fog of numbness, the walls of fear, the static of distraction, pulling you gently but powerfully back toward the light that never stopped shining for you. For I am the Lord your God who takes hold of your right hand and says to you, "Do not fear, I will help you." Isaiah 41:13. He doesn't say, "I'll shout instructions from far away." He says, "I'll take your hand." He enters the pain. He sits in the chaos. He breaks through the emotional noise to hold you steady. Think back. Remember that time you wept in the dark, and a stillness came over you that didn't make sense. That moment of peace in the eye of the storm. That warmth that touched your skin with no physical source. That was him. That was the hand of God. That was the movement of angels standing between you and total collapse. But now a choice must be made, a sacred soul-deep choice, because while God has given his angels permission to fight for you, he has not given them permission to override you. Love, real love, is never forced. It is chosen. And your yes has more power than you understand. Yes to hope. Yes to listening again. Yes to turning from the shadows and returning to the voice that's been calling you home. The angels are here again, not with trumpets or golden light, but with urgency, with eyes heavy with sorrow and hands raised in warning. They see what you don't. They know where the path you're on is leading if left unchecked. Not into fire and fury, but into something far more dangerous, numb destruction, gradual sorrow, quiet devastation, a slow fading of the fire you were born with. Perhaps it's a toxic relationship you've been clinging to, or a voice of influence, a mentor, a leader, even a celebrity that fills you with confusion instead of clarity. Or maybe it's the unresolved heaviness that follows you room to room, even when everything looks fine on the outside. Listen closely. They see it clearly. You must stop. You must turn. You must respond. Their warning is not poetic. It's a spiritual siren, and they are sounding it now. Why would heavenly beings care so deeply? Why would they intercede for a mortal soul like yours? Because your name is written on their scrolls. Because the one who formed the galaxies spoke your name with reverence. Because he said, "This one is mine. This one is precious." That's why they cry when you cry. That's why they battle when you're surrounded. Their love isn't second-hand. It is sacred. It flows from the throne itself. St. Pope John Paul II once said, "Each person is willed by God. Each person is loved. Each person is necessary." That includes you. But not all choose to heed the divine nudge. Freddie Mercury, one of the most iconic and talented vocalists of his generation, was gifted beyond measure. But behind the glamour was a soul conflicted, tormented by fame, loneliness, and choices that led to deep personal and physical destruction. He was loved, he was warned, he was pursued, but his yes never came in time. The angels can fight for you, but they cannot override you. Contrast this with a woman named Mirelle, a former high-fashion model who one day collapsed from exhaustion on a Paris runway. That night, alone in a hotel room, she heard a voice whisper, "There's more than this." She quit everything, went home to care for her dying mother, and eventually began helping women escape abuse and addiction. Her yes changed hundreds of lives. Sometimes the smallest yes can redirect a destiny. Are not all angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation? Hebrews 1:14. What if this is your turning point? What if today is the day the war over your soul begins to shift? Even the wild horse, when lost in the desert, will pause at the scent of water carried by the wind. It doesn't know where the water is, but it knows to turn. Your spirit knows something is near. It's been sensing the pull, the urgency, the alarm. The angels are not here for show. They are here for rescue. Your rescue. Because you matter. Because you're loved. Because your yes has been waited on since the moment you took your first breath. He has seen everything. Not just the tears you cried, but the ones you held back so long they became part of your breath. Not just the wounds others caused, but the ones you inflicted on yourself in silence, out of shame, confusion, or self-blame. Every scream that never made it out, every prayer whispered with lips too trembling to finish the sentence. None of it slipped past him. You weren't invisible, you were held. Do you remember that one night, the one you thought would break you for good? The night when the silence in your room felt louder than your heartbeat. You couldn't sleep because your mind kept dragging you back to the betrayal, the abandonment, the ache of not being chosen. And yet somehow you made it to morning. Why? Was it sheer willpower? Number, it was mercy. It was presence. It was God, invisible yet unmistakably near. Psalm 34:18 says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." But this is more than poetry. It's a map, a divine positioning system that leads him straight to your wounds. He didn't wait for you to have it all together. He entered the chaos while it was still messy, like the time you lashed out at someone you loved, then wept because that wasn't who you wanted to be. Like the moment you slammed the door on grace. Yet grace stood on your porch all night anyway. He didn't flinch. He didn't withdraw. He stayed. When Peter, the disciple who once walked on water, denied Jesus 3 times, the world would have written him off as a coward. But Jesus didn't. John 21 reveals something profound. Jesus didn't just forgive Peter. He cooked him breakfast on the beach. Restoration is not a theory, it's a practice, and it's happening to you. But ask yourself this: why are you still standing? How did you survive when others in your situation didn't? When anxiety became a storm inside your chest, who kept your feet on the ground? When depression whispered lies about your worth, what voice broke through the noise? That's not coincidence, that's covenant. You are like the sequoia trees of California, scarred by fire, but stronger because of it. Their bark thickens with every blaze. So does your spirit. The deeper the wound, the wider the roots must grow, and yours have grown silently in the soil of suffering. That's why you're still here. Consider Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker turned Holocaust survivor. She lost nearly everything, including her sister in a concentration camp. And yet, she once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." Her life wasn't easy, but it was a lighthouse to others drowning in darkness. Now compare that to Bernie Madoff, the financier who ran the largest Ponzi scheme in history. He too cried tears, but not from redemption, from exposure. His wealth couldn't cover the rot beneath. The absence of divine alignment always reveals itself, sooner or later. Some survive their collapse, others are crushed by it. In a town not far from the edge of the mountains, there was a young woman named Mara who used to sing in church until life betrayed her one too many times. Abuse, lies, a miscarriage that broke her spirit. She stopped singing, stopped believing. But one night, after a dream so vivid she woke up crying, she lit a single candle and said aloud, "If you're still here, prove it." And in the stillness, she felt warmth, not from the flame, but from within. She wept for 3 hours. The next day, she sang again. She sings still. You too have your Mara moment. The question is, have you named it? That burden that wakes you at 3 a.m., that ache that follows you like a shadow, have you laid it down? You don't need eloquence, just honesty. Say it. God, this is what's hurting me. Whether it's failure, betrayal, confusion, guilt, or fear, offer it up. Not as a performance, but as surrender. Philippians 4:7 gives you a promise. The peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. This peace isn't soft. It's steel wrapped in silence. It doesn't just comfort, it shields. So now, breathe, and with every breath, remind your soul, God was with me when they left, when it fell apart, when I almost gave up, when I did give up, but God didn't let me stay down. His mercy reached into my collapse and held me until I stood again. Say it aloud, God was with me, and if you believe it, don't keep it inside. Write it, comment it, declare it. Let the record show, God was with me. It matters more than you know. Because that simple phrase, God was with me, isn't just something you say at the end of a hard chapter. It's not decoration, it's declaration. It's warfare in the spirit. Every time those words leave your lips, they shatter the agreements you made with fear, with shame, with the voice that told you you were abandoned. When you speak it, you're not just remembering, you are reclaiming. Every lie that said you were alone, it trembles. Every voice that whispered you were forgotten, it falls silent, because now you know the truth. He never left, and once you see that, everything changes. He's been waiting, not because he was ever far, but because you needed to see it, to recognize his fingerprints on the fragments of your life. The ones you thought were discarded were actually set aside for refinement, just like Joseph in Genesis 50:20, sold by his brothers, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit, forgotten by the very people he helped. But when he finally stood in power, he looked at those who betrayed him and said, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." That wasn't denial, that was divine perspective. And now God invites you into the same lens. Can you trust me now for what's ahead? Because what's coming is beautiful, but it won't be effortless. It demands your yes. Not a passive yes, but a full-bodied surrender. A yes that echoes from your bones. A yes that means stepping forward even while shaking. A yes that aligns heaven and earth. You were never random. You were never an afterthought. Before time began, you were designed, intentionally, intricately, intimately. Psalm 139:13-14 says, "For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made." God didn't outsource your identity. He handcrafted it. And every step since, every mistake, every mountain, every misstep, He's loved you through it all. Not with a love that wavers, but with a love that anchors. Even when your trust in Him collapsed, His love for you did not. Let that reality settle into your chest like a fire in winter. You're not replaceable. You're not expendable. You are the only one who can carry what's been planted in you. Heaven isn't looking for a duplicate. God is not searching for a backup plan. You are the plan. There's a sculptor in Florence, Italy, Michelangelo, who once said, "I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free." That's what God has been doing with you. The chiseling, the breaking, the refining. It hasn't been punishment. It's been revelation, not of someone new, but of who you've always been underneath the rubble. And yes, you've fallen. Yes, you've been crushed, betrayed, rejected. But those experiences are chapters, not your title. The accident wasn't your identity. The divorce wasn't your definition. The addiction wasn't your destiny. You are not your failure. You are not your trauma. You are not your delay. Think of the monarch butterfly. Before it takes flight, it must liquefy completely inside its cocoon. Its form is destroyed, so its essence can become something new. Not better, true. That's what is happening to you. Now contrast that with the path of Adolf Eichmann, one of the architects of the Holocaust, a man who used his intelligence not for healing, but for horror. He followed orders, yes, but he also chose compliance over conscience. When put on trial in Jerusalem decades later, survivors described how he never wept, never broke, because he never believed he had done wrong. That is the cost of a life disconnected from divine presence. Not just destruction, but delusion. You, however, are being awakened, not to shame, but to identity. There's a young man named Elias who spent years living with guilt after surviving a car crash that killed his best friend. For years he hid from God, convinced he had no right to grace. But one morning, as he sat under a sycamore tree outside the rehab center, he heard a phrase echo in his heart like a whisper. You're still here because there's more for you to do. And for the first time in years, he believed it. He went on to become a counselor, helping others walk out of shame into calling. So here's the question rising in your chest even now. Will you believe the one who formed you still calls you chosen? Because he does. He has never once called you broken. That word came from the world, from people who never saw your blueprint, from systems that only measure success in statistics, not in surrender. To the one who made you, you've always been beloved, even in your mess, especially in your wilderness. And when he looks at you, he sees a story that is still unfolding, one that carries fire, truth, and resurrection power. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name, you are mine. Isaiah 43:1. So right now, wherever you are, let this truth hold you like the arms of a father who never forgot his child. You are cherished, you are seen, you are not lost, you are loved, and you have always belonged to him. Right now, a voice is calling, not loud, not forceful, but so real it stirs something deep inside your chest. It's not shame, it's not condemnation, it's the voice that first spoke light into existence. And now it whispers to you, come back to peace. Let me hold you again. Can you hear it? Beneath the noise, beyond the guilt, can you feel that? The trembling in your soul as it dares to believe this invitation is meant for you. Not some future version of you, not a perfected image, but the real, aching, breathing you. Pause, breathe, let the tension loosen its grip. Your shoulders, let them fall. Your jaw, release it. That invisible pressure in your chest, let it start to lift. You've carried more than you were ever meant to. And in this moment, something unseen but undeniable is happening. Have you noticed how long you've been holding your breath, waiting for something to change? This is not imaginary. This stillness, this hush inside the storm, it's real, a holy hush. A divine interruption. God is sending a wave of peace that is so personal it knows your name. It reaches into the cracks you've hidden even from yourself and begins to mend. Like light slipping through stained glass, it touches everything you thought was too shattered to be beautiful again. And yes, it's okay to cry. Even Jesus wept. John 11:35, the shortest verse in the Bible, carries the deepest intimacy. Jesus wept, not because he was helpless, but because he was present. He enters your grief, not as a rescuer standing apart, but as a God who bleeds with you, breathes with you. When was the last time you let yourself feel it all without judgment? You don't need to pretend here. You don't need to earn your way into his arms. Think of a lion cub lost in a storm, finding its way back to the mother's side, not because it roared loudly, but because it followed the heartbeat it always knew. That's what this is, coming back to the beat of your father's heart. You were never meant to carry the world on your back. Let it fall. Admit the fears you've hidden, the secrets that have weighed down your soul. You've whispered apologies into empty rooms, wondering if anyone heard. God did, and his answer was already waiting. Matthew 11:28 is not a suggestion, it's a promise. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. It doesn't say you must fix yourself first. It doesn't say after you prove your worth. It says, come, just come. What if your healing doesn't begin with effort, but with trust? Every tear you cried alone in the shower, every night you rehearsed your mistakes in your mind, every moment you wondered, is this the version of me he still wants? The answer is always yes. Before you asked, you were already forgiven. But you've been seeing yourself through a cracked mirror, through the lens of what hurt you, of who left you, of what broke you. But heaven doesn't use those mirrors. Heaven sees through the blueprint. God looks at you and sees not disgrace, but destiny, not shame, but glory still unfolding. Can you imagine what he sees when he looks at you? You are like the burned forest that bursts into bloom the next season. Your ashes are not the end. They're the soil for resurrection. Nick Vujicic, an Australian evangelist and motivational speaker born without arms or legs, once drowned in despair and wanted to end his life at age 10. And yet, by grace, he now stands on stages around the world, reminding the broken that their life is still a masterpiece. He said, "If God can use a man without arms and legs to be his hands and feet, then he will certainly use any willing heart. That heart includes yours." Elizabeth Holmes, once celebrated as a Silicon Valley prodigy and the youngest self-made female billionaire, deceived the world with false claims about her company's medical technology. Eventually, her empire collapsed under the weight of lies. Her downfall is a cautionary tale. When you build on false promises, the collapse is inevitable. There's no peace outside the presence of truth. But you are being called into the real, into surrender, into rest. You don't have to climb your way out of this valley. He'll carry you. That's where transformation begins, not in effort, but in trust. He whispers now, lift your head. You've walked too long with your gaze to the ground, believing your best days are behind you. But God says, look up. I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a future and a hope. Jeremiah 29:11. Do you believe your future can still be beautiful, even after all you've lost? You ask, but how can I go forward? How do I rise from this rubble? The answer isn't in your strength. It never was. 2 Corinthians 12:9 says, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. When you reach your end, God begins his glory. When you have nothing left to offer, that's when miracles are born. What if this breaking is not the end, but the birthplace of your next chapter? You've been trying to be the hero of your story, but you were never meant to save yourself. You were meant to be saved, to be sent, to be seen. Joseph was betrayed, enslaved, imprisoned. But through every setback, God was writing a setup. He didn't just restore Joseph, he elevated him. The same God is authoring your story. He wastes nothing. Your pain has purpose. Your scars carry prophecy. And this very moment, it's not random. It's a hinge in your timeline. From now on, you will not walk alone. When you are weak, he will carry you. When you fear, he will cover you. When you stumble, he will guide your steps. Even now, God surrounds you with a radiant light that pushes back every lie you once believed, that you're not enough, that you'll never change, that you are alone. Those are lies. The truth is, you are enough. You are loved. You are never alone. Can you feel it? That stillness softening your breath, that weight lifting off your chest, that light flickering in your spirit, that's him. And he's not leaving. As that peace wraps around you, something stirs, a desire to share it. That's not your ego. That's awakening. Because when you're touched by light, you can't help but shine. You were always marked. Heaven called you before anyone doubted you. Your name was spoken in the throne room of eternity. You are not an accident. You are not a placeholder. You are not forgotten. You have been chosen. Yes, you with your history, your heartbreak, your humanity. You have been selected by the Creator to carry light into darkness, to speak truth into deception, to walk forward in righteousness. Not because you're perfect, but because you said yes. And that yes, it echoes in heaven. What if everything is about to shift, not because you earned it, but because you finally believed you were called? You are not walking this alone. There is an army walking with you, a cloud of witnesses cheering you on. Esther, the courageous queen who risked her life to save her people. Nehemiah, the faithful builder who restored ruins others had abandoned. Daniel, the prophet who stood firm in a culture that tried to silence him. And leading them all, your King. The Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Deuteronomy 31:6. But now, after the comfort, after the reassurance, comes the urgency. Like a parent shouting before their child reaches the edge of danger, God lifts his voice. Stop, turn around, come back to the shelter of my presence. Because something around you is shifting. Some influences are small and subtle, others loud and obvious, but all of them are steering you away from truth. You know what they are. The habits that hide in the dark corners of your life, the ones you keep justifying even as they drain your soul. The voices you let linger in your mind long after the room is quiet. Voices that echo not truth, but torment. The bitterness you water like a garden, convinced it protects you, when in fact it poisons every seed of peace God is trying to plant. They've become familiar, like background noise you've learned to ignore. But have you ever wondered, what have you grown comfortable with that's actually killing your calling? These aren't just harmless patterns, they are traps, intricately woven by an enemy who doesn't just want you distracted, he wants you spiritually paralyzed. He doesn't shout, he whispers, he doesn't always curse, sometimes he compliments. But every word is a hook designed to keep your soul exhausted and your purpose wasted. And because he is subtle, many never realize they've been caught until it's too late. He whispers lies dressed up as freedom. Do what feels good. You deserve to let go. God won't care about this one time. But those words don't liberate, they chain you. Think about it. How many of your regrets were wrapped in something that initially felt like release? This is not a metaphorical war. This is spiritual warfare. Your soul is not just valuable, it's targeted. That's why the Apostle Peter didn't mince words. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5:8. Can you sense it now? That tug on your heart, that quiet inner tension you've been trying to silence. Right now, heaven is fighting for you. Angels are warring on your behalf. But God will never force you into protection. You must choose to stay under his covering. There's a storm outside, not just in the news, not just in politics. It's a storm of confusion, distraction, distortion, spiritual erosion. And through this message, through this very breath, God is reaching out his hand again, not in anger, but in rescue. Can you still feel his hand on your shoulder? He knows how loud the world gets. He knows how the scroll never ends, how the noise drowns out your ability to hear him. He knows that once you drift too far, your heart hardens slowly, and before long, what once stirred you now feels numb. Some of you are trying to live in two realms. You pray when things fall apart, but not when they're quiet. You raise your hands in worship, but lower your standards in secret. You listen to his word, but follow lifestyles that corrode your soul from within. You say, God, I want you, and then answer when the world calls instead. And others, you're battling something deeper, darker, a spiritual fog that won't lift. Thoughts that say you'll never be free, that you're unworthy, that it would be better if you simply disappeared. If that voice has been haunting you, hear this with everything inside you. That voice is lying. Your life does matter. God proved it on the cross. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I have drawn you with unfailing kindness. Jeremiah 31:3. Look at Pastor Rick Warren, author of The Purpose-Driven Life. He once opened up about his own son's battle with mental illness, about the dark nights and desperate prayers. Even as a leader of millions, he knew what it meant to cry out in confusion. Yet he clung to this truth: your greatest ministry will likely come from your deepest pain. Contrast that with Ted Bundy, one of history's most infamous criminals. He was once a promising law student, charismatic, clean-cut, but slowly secret sins consumed him. What started as compromise spiraled into destruction. His story is not one of sudden collapse, but slow corrosion. That's how the enemy works. But you are not beyond redemption. You are not beyond rescue. In a quiet town there was once a woman named Elise. By day she smiled. By night she begged God to take her life. No one knew the torment behind her laughter, but one night while folding laundry, a worship song came on. Not planned, not expected. Something inside her cracked. She sank to her knees and for the first time in years wept without resistance. That night didn't fix everything, but it changed everything. She returned to church the next week. Today, she leads others through healing from trauma. What changed? One moment of surrender. Don't wait for perfection. Don't wait for the pain to pass. Choose life. Choose light. Choose to turn now, not when it's convenient, not when it feels spiritual, but now, while your heart still softens at truth. These 21 minutes are not just a number, they're a sign, a sacred alarm, a countdown from heaven reminding you that time is short, that your destiny is calling, and that the darkness growing around us is no match for the fire. God is lighting inside those who say yes. But how can you shine in a world this dark if you're disconnected from the flame? This moment isn't just encouragement, it's confrontation. This is your turning point, your divine interruption, the moment your soul remembers what it was created for. So ask yourself, am I still willing to fight for what heaven has already marked as mine? And now God looks at you, not with disappointment but with holy longing, and asks the question that could shift the course of your life. Will you stay? Will you say yes? Not just yes in words, but yes in the way you live, in the direction you walk, in the quiet choices when no one is watching. There are two roads in front of you. One is familiar. You've walked it for years. It's the path where survival replaces purpose, where routine numbs the ache, where you know what to expect, even if it's pain. If you ignore this moment, it's likely that road continues. Same cycles, same emptiness, same haunting question when the lights go out. Is this really all there is? But there's another road. It won't be easier. God never promised ease, but it will be lit. Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. Matthew 7:13-14. This road is the path of healing, the journey of restoration. It's the sacred trail that leads you back to who you were before the world told you to shrink. On that path, you won't walk alone. Every step will be beside the one who knit you together in your mother's womb. That road won't erase your scars, but it will transform them into testimony. Have you ever wondered what your life might look like fully aligned with the reason heaven created you? Where confusion once clouded your thoughts, clarity will begin to rise like dawn through mist. Where numbness had rooted itself in your soul, purpose will start to breathe again. Where your spirit had been thin, threadbare from trying to hold yourself together, you'll begin to feel something holy wrap around you. Not your own willpower, not human strength, but a mantle, a divine covering, a strength that flows from intimacy with your Creator. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. This is not symbolic. This is spiritual reality. You are not imagining the weight of this moment. Heaven truly is watching. Right now, your angels, the same ones assigned to your life since before your first cry, are watching with anticipation. And heaven is leaning in, holding its breath, not because you're being tested, but because you are so deeply loved. Are not all angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation? Hebrews 1:14. Do you know what it feels like when the entire kingdom of heaven pauses to witness your turning? They are not waiting to judge you. They're waiting to celebrate you. There is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents. Luke 15:10. Heaven is waiting to hear that trembling yes rise from your soul, not polished, not loud, but real. Heaven doesn't need your perfection. Heaven is waiting for your surrender. When St. Augustine, once a man lost in lust and worldly pleasure, finally cried out to God, he wrote in his Confessions, "You have made us for yourself, O Lord, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you." That yes transformed a restless man into one of the greatest theological voices in history. But contrast that with Aleister Crowley, a once influential occultist who boldly rejected God, calling himself the Beast 666. He died alone and addicted, chasing a power that promised freedom but left only ruin. The same soul that could have echoed eternity was used to spread confusion. There is a way that appears to be right, but in the end it leads to death. Proverbs 14:12. You, on the other hand, stand at the intersection of mercy. And mercy doesn't shout, it invites. Here I am. I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and eat with him, and he with me. Revelation 3:20. In a quiet village, a woman named Layla once sat in the back row of church every week, never speaking, always leaving early. What no one knew was that she had survived abuse and walked decades believing she was unworthy of love. One day, the pastor simply said, "You are not what was done to you. You are who God still calls beloved." That sentence shattered something inside her. She didn't run to the altar. She walked slowly, but that step changed everything. Today, she leads healing groups for women across the country. That quiet yes redefined her destiny. So what about you? Will your story echo delay, or will it thunder obedience through eternity? This moment right here, where your chest tightens and your spirit feels torn between the known and the divine. This is holy ground. And in this stillness, God is not pointing fingers. He's extending his hand. Say yes. Not to performance, not to appearance. Say yes to the one who knew your name before the foundations of the world. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. Say yes to the road that leads home, to the arms that have never closed, to the Father who's waited through your wandering, not with wrath, but with open doors. Don't let heaven weep over missed destiny. Give them reason to erupt with joy. The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. In his love he will no longer rebuke you, but will rejoice over you with singing. Zephaniah 3:17. This decision, this quiet, trembling yes, could become one of the most important turning points of your life. One your future self will thank you for. One your soul was born for. One that causes heaven to shout, they said yes. They chose the light. And it doesn't just change your life. It changes everything around you. Do you realize who's watching you right now? Your family, your friends, even strangers whose hearts are quietly aching for hope. They may not say it, but they're waiting to see someone live what they claim to believe. someone whose life preaches louder than their words. Your wholehearted surrender, your decision to follow God boldly and completely, will ripple outward in ways you cannot imagine. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Where there has been generational pain, your yes can break the cycle. Where darkness once claimed territory, light will begin to rise and take its place. What if your obedience is the door someone else has been praying God would open? A single soul on fire with God's love can warm a whole house. You may not see it yet, but you might just become the answer to someone else's cry for mercy. That's how God works, through people just like you. Willing, honest, ready, even when trembling. My power is made perfect in weakness. 2 Corinthians 12:9. Think of Mother Teresa, a tiny woman in stature but mighty in surrender. She didn't start with grand vision or millions of dollars. She simply said yes, and that yes carried her into the slums of Calcutta, where her love became proof that God still moves through human hands. Her obedience didn't just touch the poor, it awakened a generation to compassion. Now contrast that with Jeffrey Epstein, a financier whose name is now synonymous with manipulation, abuse, and unchecked corruption. For years he masked evil beneath charm and wealth, but the lies couldn't hold forever. What began as secret sin became public horror. His story is a stark reminder. Power without surrender leads to collapse. But not every story is famous. Sometimes the most powerful yes happens quietly. Like Isaac, a young father working 2 jobs just to feed his children. No platform, no title. But every morning he gets up at 5 a.m. to read scripture before the house wakes. He prays over his children's pillows. He lays hands on his exhausted wife while she sleeps. He gives anonymously at church, and he speaks life over kids who never had fathers. No cameras, no applause, but heaven sees, and that ripple, it's rewriting legacy. Your yes can be like a single seed dropped into barren soil. At first it seems insignificant, buried, hidden, forgotten, but unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds. John 12:24. What you surrender now, God will multiply later. Even in nature, the fiercest transformations begin in stillness. Caterpillars do not grow wings in motion, they disintegrate in silence. Deep in the cocoon, their former form dissolves. Only then do wings begin to take shape. So too with your surrender. It may feel like dying, it may feel like being buried, but in heaven's eyes, it is becoming. Have you seen a forest after fire? Blackened, scarred, silent, and yet within weeks shoots of green begin to rise. Some seeds only germinate through heat and pressure. You are that soil, and this yes is what stirs resurrection from your ashes, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning. Isaiah 61:3. The same God who used Teresa, who tried to reach Epstein, who walks daily with men like Isaac, he's calling you too, not to perfection, but to presence. He never asks for your performance, only your permission. And the moment you say yes, he begins to equip you for what's ahead. This is not a solo journey. The same God who split the Red Sea for Moses, who strengthened a shepherd boy named David to bring down a giant, who whispered to Elijah in the cave of depression and fear, that same God walks with you now. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. Isaiah 41:10. He surrounds you with light, not metaphorically, spiritually, powerfully. If you say yes, he will clothe you in armor, not of this world, but from heaven itself. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Ephesians 6:11. Salvation to guard your mind, righteousness to cover your heart, faith to shield against every flaming arrow the enemy hurls, and the word of God, alive and sharp like a double-edged sword, to expose and destroy every lie that tried to bury your identity. But armor isn't something you wear once and forget. It must be worn daily. Will you stay spiritually naked, vulnerable to attack? Or will you rise each morning clothed in power? Stay in prayer. Stay close to the word. Walk alongside others who carry the same fire. Soldiers are not meant to fight alone. They march together, hearts aligned, shields overlapping, voices united in worship and war. This faith was never meant to be a private affair. It was meant to be community, communion, commissioned movement. If your heart is ready, say yes with your whole being. If you're not ready, don't shrink into shame. God does not despise hesitation. He responds to honesty. Say instead, God, help me want you. Help me believe. He answers every sincere heart. You are not too late. You are not too broken. You are not too far gone. The Lord is compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in love. Psalm 103, verse 8. Even now he whispers over you, fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. Isaiah 41:10. And if somewhere inside, even faintly, your soul has whispered yes, even trembling, then heaven has heard. That yes has moved eternity. That yes has ignited something that cannot be undone. Be intentional about what you feed your soul. Just like your body responds to the food you eat, your spirit responds to what you consume in silence. What you scroll past, what you let play in the background, what you absorb without even noticing. Your spiritual health is not formed only in the fire of crisis, but in the quiet consistency of what you allow into your heart. Have you stopped to consider what's been shaping you lately? Faith or fear, truth or noise? Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Turn off voices that breed fear, division or confusion. Cut ties with content that darkens your spirit, even if the world says it's harmless. A polluted well cannot give clean water. What have you tolerated in your soul simply because you're used to it? Instead, flood your world with what is true, with worship that lifts your eyes, with testimonies that prove God is still moving, with scripture that nourishes you even when your emotions lag behind. Whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, think about such things. Philippians 4:8. What you plant in your soul will bear fruit. Just like a tree draws life from unseen roots, your spiritual resilience will come from the quiet things you've hidden in your heart. So, what are you planting? Peace or pressure? Promise or poison? Practice gratitude, even in the hard seasons, not as a denial of pain, but as a weapon against despair. Gratitude doesn't erase sorrow, but it dethrones hopelessness. Each morning or evening, name 3 things you're thankful for. Write them down. Speak them aloud. Gratitude rewires your vision. It trains your eyes to see heaven's fingerprints in unexpected places. Even on your worst day, if there is breath in your lungs, there is still purpose in your pain. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. 1 Thessalonians 5:18. Serve someone, quietly, lovingly. There is healing in giving. You don't need a platform or applause, a meal shared, a kind word spoken, a need quietly met. Have you ever realized that your own healing might begin through helping someone else? Think of Corrie ten Boom, who hid Jews during the Holocaust and was imprisoned for her faith. She once said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." Her yes in the dark became light for generations. Now contrast that with Andrew Tate, a modern influencer whose empire was built on dominance, pride, and control. But influence without love becomes manipulation. Power without surrender becomes destruction. By their fruit you will recognize them. Matthew 7:16. Or Rosa, a quiet school janitor in Bogota. No one told her to, but every Friday she brings homemade soup to the same 3 homeless men on the corner. No cameras, no crowds. But that soup, it's warmed more than bodies. It's softened hearts. Do you know the impact your ordinary acts might be having in heaven? And when the old voices return, the ones that whisper, "You'll never change. This won't last. You're not enough." Don't argue. Answer them with truth. You were never redeemed by performance. You were redeemed by blood. In him we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins. Ephesians 1:7. You stand not on effort, but on the finished work of the cross. There is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. Romans 8:1. That means you're free. And freedom doesn't mean you'll never fall again. It means now you know where to run when you do. Will you keep hiding from the arms that never closed? Run to grace. Run to truth. Run to the Father who rejoices every time you return. This new beginning may not always be easy, but it will always be worth it. You may stumble. You may doubt, but God's love will never retreat. He's not fragile. He's not waiting to punish. He's waiting to restore. He fights for you. He covers you. He sings over you. The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will rejoice over you with singing. Zephaniah 3:17. So take this fire in your heart and protect it. Fan it. Feed it. Let it grow. Let it light up your home, your habits, your conversations. You don't have to be loud, just be lit. Will you nurture the flame or let the wind of distraction blow it out? You don't have to have it all figured out. Just be faithful today. God will handle tomorrow. And if today feels like too much, rest. Begin again tomorrow. His mercy will still be there, waiting on your bedside, ready to lift you, ready to start again. Because this is not about religion. It's about relationship. It's about love that doesn't waver, grace that doesn't break, presence that never leaves. And it's about you. Yes, you. Learning, moment by moment, how to live like someone who is fully, truly, relentlessly loved. So if you're still hesitating, wondering if your yes really matters, look closer. This isn't just about you. It never was. Your yes to God carries a ripple effect far beyond what you can see. It moves things in the spirit, in your family, in your future. When Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a preacher's son plagued by fear and threats, said yes to his divine call, his surrender became the spark that ignited civil transformation. His yes wasn't convenient, but it was eternal. In contrast, Bernie Madoff, once a respected financier, chose greed over integrity. His yes to deception led to one of the greatest financial scandals in history, destroying the trust of thousands. Every decision echoes. Every yes builds something or breaks something. You might say, but I'm not famous, I'm not strong. Neither was Sarah, a single mother in a quiet town after escaping an abusive relationship, began praying Psalm 91 over her child every night. That child grew into a counselor for teenage boys lost in violence. Her yes became someone else's healing. Do you see it now? How even your unseen faithfulness can shape generations. And what about the whispers that still come at night? The ones that say you're too far gone, too late, too inconsistent? That's a lie. God still calls the broken. Remember Moses, the fugitive, David, the adulterer, Peter, the denier. Each stumbled, but each said yes again. Judas wasn't lost because he failed. He was lost because he didn't return. The difference between ruin and redemption is not failure. It's whether you let God lift you back up. Nature itself agrees. The tallest redwoods only survive fires because their roots are intertwined beneath the soil. Alone they would fall. Together they endure and rise. You too must stay rooted in Scripture, in community, in quiet moments with God. Or consider the Amazon River. It begins not as a mighty force, but as a trickle, small streams that merge, building power over time. What if your yes today is just the first stream that will become a flood of change in your life? And the fireflies, they don't light the whole forest. They light just enough to remind the darkness it hasn't won. That can be you. You don't have to be loud, just lit. So what will your yes look like today? Will it be a return to prayer, a text of reconciliation, a deleted playlist, a whispered surrender before sleep? You don't have to roar, just begin. Let this be your declaration. I'm not going back. I choose light. I choose life. I choose to walk with God. If your heart agrees, even if you're still working it out, write it. Say it aloud. Mark it. Etch it into time. Comment below. I choose to stay, not just for inspiration, but as a witness, as a stake in the ground, as a holy signal to heaven that you are responding. Because you didn't just hear a message, you were marked by it. You didn't just pause, you turned. You didn't just listen, you let the light in, and heaven noticed. Angels are rejoicing, the Spirit is stirring, and your real story, the one you were born for, is just beginning. Before we close this sacred time together, I invite you to enter into a moment of deep prayer, not rushed, not routine, but intentional. Let this be a holy space where your heart speaks and heaven listens. Whether you're sitting in silence or whispering every word, know this: God is near. He is here. This prayer is for you, for your breakthrough, your healing, your future. So take a deep breath, let your soul settle, and join me as we pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you now with open hearts and humble spirits. You are not far away. You are closer than the air we breathe, closer than our next heartbeat. You are the one who sees us, who knows us fully, and yet still loves us without limit. Thank you, Lord, for this divine interruption. Thank you for reaching into our lives today, through your word, through this message, through your Spirit. Thank you for reminding us that we are not forgotten, not forsaken, not abandoned. We are chosen, pursued, deeply cherished. You are the God who leaves the 99 to find the one, and we believe in faith that you are here for each one listening right now. Father, we lift our hearts to you. For every soul that feels weary, breathe strength. For every mind flooded with confusion, speak peace. For every heart broken by rejection, loss, or betrayal, pour out your healing. We bring you our pain, our fears, our regrets. We lay them at your feet, knowing you are the God who restores what was lost, rebuilds what was shattered, resurrects what others declared dead. You said in Isaiah 61 verse 3 that you give beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. We receive that divine exchange today. Trade our shame for honor, our sorrow for joy, our fear for courage, and where the enemy planted lies, plant your truth deep into our hearts. Thank you for the angels you've assigned to guard us, for their protection, seen and unseen. When we were on the edge of giving up, you sent help. When we couldn't stand, you carried us. When we were blind to danger, you opened a better path. You rescued us again and again. Now, Lord, we surrender ourselves to you, fully, completely. We no longer want to live in pieces, half in the light, half in the dark. Come into every room of our hearts. Cleanse what needs cleansing. Heal what needs healing. Break every chain that still clings to us. Your word says in Psalm 139 verses 23 to 24, "Search me, God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts. See if there is any offensive way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting." We echo that now. Search us, lead us, align our desires with yours, make our hearts beat with your rhythm. We don't want to walk according to the world. We want to walk with you. Renew our minds, O God. Let your word rewire how we think, about ourselves, our future, and about you. Guide our choices by your Spirit. Show us how to honor you in our thoughts, our words, our relationships, and even in how we treat ourselves. Holy Spirit, set our hearts on fire. Stir up a hunger for righteousness. Fan into flame the gifts you've placed within us. Gifts to serve, to speak, to love, to build. Let every gift buried under fear or shame come alive again. Bring divine appointments. Connect us to the right people in the right places for the right reasons. Give us the courage to walk away from whatever doesn't reflect you, from relationships, habits, and patterns that hold us back. Make us bold enough to choose holiness in a world that rewards compromise. And when we feel weak, remind us, your strength is made perfect in our weakness. We pray for our families. Let the light we've received today shine into our homes. Replace tension with peace. Replace bitterness with forgiveness. Replace division with unconditional love. For those praying for unsaved loved ones, soften hearts. Open eyes. Let salvation come like a flood. We pray for provision, for those burdened by financial pressure, for those waiting on work, for those wondering how the bills will be paid. Remind them you are Jehovah Jireh, the God who provides. Open doors that no man can shut. Bring breakthrough and release divine supply. We also lift up those standing at a crossroads. Should I go or stay? Speak or be silent? Wait or move? Let your voice rise above the noise. Let your peace be confirmation, as you promised in Isaiah 30:21. Whether you turn to the right or the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way. Walk in it." We ask for that voice now. We ask for that clarity now. We ask for that courage now. And we receive it with open hands. And Lord, for anyone still wrestling with guilt, for anyone carrying shame from the past like a weight on their chest, remind them now, you have already paid the price. We are not defined by what we've done, but by what Jesus did. Let every voice of accusation fall silent. Let every chain of condemnation break right now in the name of Jesus. We declare the truth of Romans 8:1 over every life listening. Therefore, there is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. We lift up every dream that's been buried, every calling that's been questioned, every promise that's been doubted. Breathe on them again, Father. You are not finished with us. What you've started, you are faithful to complete. So, we trust you, not just with today, but with tomorrow and every tomorrow after that. Thank you, Father, for this moment. Thank you for your mercy that reached through the noise. Thank you for your voice that still whispers through the confusion. Thank you for your love that never quits. Let this prayer linger long after the video ends. Let it echo through the corners of our homes, our choices, our habits. Let it shift the atmosphere in our lives. Let it stir something deeper than emotion. Let it stir transformation. We seal every word spoken, every heart that received, and every decision made in the powerful, unshakable name of Jesus Christ. Amen. So, chosen one, what will you do with these 21 minutes? This isn't about fear, it's about alignment. Heaven has extended a window, brief but blazing, to reposition you into divine timing. The angels aren't begging because they're desperate. They're pleading because they know what's coming. They've seen the scroll, they've read the blueprint, and they understand that if you miss this moment, something sacred might delay. Don't overthink it. Don't delay. Respond from your spirit. This is your call to rise. Not just to believe, but to become. Not just to wait, but to move. Let go of what no longer fits your destiny. Let the fire cleanse you. Let the voice inside you answer, I'm ready. If this word stirred something deep within you, comment 777 right now. Not for the algorithm, but as a prophetic act that you receive what heaven has revealed. If this message confirmed something you couldn't explain before, like, share, and subscribe, because someone you love might need these 21 minutes too. You could be the one who activates their breakthrough. And to everyone who supported this space, through your time, your shares, your comments, or a super thanks, know this: I see you, heaven sees you, and your seeds are not forgotten. You are not just a viewer. You are part of a divine movement, a remnant awakening, voice by voice, life by life. Until we meet again, stay in alignment, stay in faith, stay in Him. May grace follow your every step, and may clarity flood every room you enter. You were born for this. Blessings over you now, and over everything that carries your name. Chosen one, what if I told you the very thing you cried yourself to sleep over is now being released without warning? What if the delay wasn't punishment, but divine orchestration? And what if this exact moment was pre-written in heaven to collide with your need? There's something sacred happening. You can feel it, can't you? A shift in the unseen, a heaviness in the air that isn't fear, but glory. This message didn't show up in your feed by accident. It was scheduled by eternity. You begged, you pleaded, you prayed prayers that no one ever heard but God. And now He's pouring, not drips, not sips, but rivers. Why now? Why you? Why this way? Stay with me, the answers are buried inside this word, and they're not just for your mind, they're for your mantle. Before we go further, thank you deeply to those who've supported this channel through super thanks. Whether you've sown financially or simply whispered a prayer, you are part of this divine outpouring. And if your spirit is already trembling with resonance, drop 777 in the comments. That number isn't for show, it's a sacred agreement, a code that says, I'm ready for what I once thought I'd never have. This message is not motivational fluff. It's a prophetic current, and the ones who finish it will not be the same. So lean in, don't scroll, don't blink, because what God is about to reveal will explain every unanswered season of your life. Let's go deeper now. God's chosen ones, what you once begged for, God's pouring it out now. You thought the silence was rejection, but heaven was writing a slower miracle. Chosen one, the ache in your chest wasn't because God abandoned you. It was because He was building you. Quietly, intentionally, precisely. You felt overlooked, under-supported, even forgotten. While others soared on spotlighted stages, you were buried in seasons that felt invisible. But what if buried wasn't abandonment? What if buried was strategy? The lack was never a denial. It was a divine design. You weren't just delayed. You were being developed. You weren't forgotten. You were being formed. You've spent nights staring at the ceiling, asking why the things others received effortlessly seemed like a war zone for you. Why did their prayers seem to leap into answers while yours echoed back empty? Why did open doors slam shut in your face even when your heart was pure? But the answer isn't absence, it's architecture. Even David, the anointed shepherd boy, knew this kind of delay. He was promised a throne but sent back to the fields. While Saul still ruled and strutted through palaces, David was writing psalms in caves and dodging spears. Did God forget His word? Number. He was forging a king in the fire of obscurity. And now you know, God wasn't denying you. He was designing something sacred through you. While others were being promoted in the public eye, you were being planted in secret soil. They got applause. You got silence. They built platforms. You built roots. And roots don't get noticed until the storm comes. During a drought, the cactus doesn't wither. it conserves. Hidden beneath its tough surface is a reservoir of water, gathered drop by drop over years of waiting. It doesn't bloom often, but when it does, its flowers are more vivid than most. That's what was happening to you. You weren't being ignored, you were being preserved. While everything around you seemed barren, God was storing strength within you, preparing you to blossom in a way that only the desert could produce. When people passed you by, you learned to sit at the feet of the one who never does. When opportunities dried up, your identity had to stop depending on performance. You had to find a value that couldn't be taken by a cancelled appointment or a closed door. This wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And here's a question. If God had given you what you were begging for too early, would it have buried you? Even Jesus waited 30 years before stepping into his ministry. 30 years of obscurity for 3 years of purpose. Heaven's timing is not a delay, it's alignment. Businessman and author Howard Schultz, former CEO of Starbucks, was rejected by over 200 investors before someone finally said yes to his vision. He once said, "In life, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward." That rejection wasn't failure, it was focus. But contrast that with Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as the next Steve Jobs, who built a billion-dollar image before the technology behind her company, Theranos, was ready. The collapse was catastrophic because the foundation was never real. Elevation without refinement is dangerous. Visibility without maturity is fatal. God was never withholding success from you to harm you. He was protecting you from yourself. Meanwhile, somewhere in rural Canada, a girl named Elira waited 5 years for her prayers to be answered. She would stand in a rundown church each Sunday, lifting her hands even though the rain leaked through the roof and her shoes were soaked. No one famous ever visited. No promises ever came with flashing lights. But one night, in the middle of prayer, she felt a presence flood the room. The next morning, a stranger came offering to rebuild the church, fund her schooling, and support her calling. Her tears had watered a future that took years to bloom, and bloom it did, in God's time. That's the story you're stepping into. You didn't need immediate abundance, you needed eternal alignment. Because had the riches come before the wisdom, they would have wrecked you. Had the spotlight found you before your shadow was healed, it would have exposed your wounds instead of your witness. God emptied your hands not to leave you barren, but to free you for what can't be carried with cluttered fists. Those tear-stained nights, they were birthing altars. Those silent years, they were crafting inner cathedrals no eye can see. Your obedience, yes, your raw, weeping, faithful obedience in the midst of lack, became incense in heaven. And now, the heavens are responding. You're not just receiving abundance, you're receiving purpose-wrapped provision, wealth with assignment, favor forged in fire, opportunity drenched in sacred responsibility. You are about to become the proof that lack wasn't a curse, it was a code, a language heaven used to train your soul to trust when logic failed, a system designed to build substance beneath your surface. And now, the shift has begun. Can you feel it? The air around you is different. The atmosphere isn't heavy with despair. It's pregnant with promise. Something divine is breaking open. And the same God who walked beside you through the famine is now leading you to the flood. You won't just survive this next season. You'll steward it. And when they ask how you stayed faithful in obscurity, how you smiled when nothing made sense, how you praised with empty pockets and hugged others while your heart broke, you'll tell them the truth. That what once broke you became the reason you're now blessed. That lack was never a denial. It was a divine design. So now, lift your head, not in pride, but in holy reverence. You're not stepping into abundance as someone who stumbled into favor. You're stepping in as one who was forged for it. The scars you carry are not shameful. They are sacred signatures of survival. of obedience, of trust. This isn't just your time, it's your testimony in motion. What once felt like punishment will now be the very thing that proves your preparation, and the very places where you were emptied will now overflow, not to flatter your ego, but to fulfill your calling, because God never wastes obedience. Get ready. The floodgates are opening, not just to bless you, but to broadcast what happens when someone dares to trust God, even in silence. You were faithful in famine. Now you're being entrusted with the flood. Chosen one, let this truth settle into your spirit like rain upon cracked earth. You were not just surviving during the famine, you were being sculpted, formed, refined. You were being initiated into a level of trust that cannot be earned through speed or showmanship. While others sprinted through life, intoxicated by recognition and fueled by the adrenaline of applause, you stood in a sacred stillness. No noise, no crowd, no validation. Just you, God, and the weight of purpose pressing silently into your bones. You kept returning to the altar even when it felt abandoned. You kept sowing kindness even when the soil seemed barren. You kept whispering prayers not because someone was listening, but because you knew someone always was. When others bypassed the silence, you built in it. When they opted for shortcuts, you chose to stand in the long obedience of integrity. You weren't ignored, you were engraved, etched into the memory of heaven, marked for something far beyond applause. Because God doesn't just look for giftedness, He looks for those who can carry glory without being consumed by it. You weren't being bypassed, you were being built. Because while the world calculates value through views, likes, and followers, heaven tallies trust through consistency, posture, and hidden sacrifice. Heaven honors what earth overlooks, and that space of obscurity you walked through, that wasn't emptiness, it was holy excavation. Every moment that felt like delay was actually the digging of deeper roots. Roots that could withstand the coming flood. Roots that would anchor you when blessing tried to lift you too quickly. This season was never about gaining popularity. It was about cultivating posture. God wasn't chasing your performance. He was training your posture under pressure. While others clamored for microphones, you were learning how to minister from your knees. While others built audiences, you built altars. And while some were busy being seen, you were learning how to love when unseen. That's what heaven was watching. Not your platform, but your posture in private. You cried prayers that never echoed beyond your room, but they echoed through eternity. You gave sacrificially, even when it meant losing comfort. You forgave people who didn't even say sorry. You chose kindness over convenience, integrity over advancement, purity over pressure. And every time you whispered yes in the dark, heaven marked it. And what does the kingdom reward? Not popularity, not spectacle, but posture. Matthew 6:6 says it plainly, powerfully. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. Chosen one, the doors that are opening now are not the result of chance or charisma. They are the reward of secret obedience. You stayed faithful in famine. You didn't abandon your post. You didn't weaponize your wounds. You could have left, but you stayed. You could have grown cold, but you chose to stay soft. You could have compromised, but you clung to purity like a lifeline. You let the drought refine you, not define you. And now the heavens are opening, not because you demanded attention, but because you've been proven trustworthy. Not because it's your turn, but because it's your time. And there is a difference. What if the famine wasn't punishment, but preparation for something only purity could carry? Remember Ruth. She wasn't born into status. She had no wealth, no titles, no platform, only loyalty. And loyalty, when whispered in private, echoed into eternity. Her husband was dead, her plans shattered, her future uncertain. But her declaration shook heaven. Your people will be my people, and your God my God. Ruth 1:16. That one sentence spoken in obscurity changed the trajectory of history. That unseen vow placed her in the bloodline of kings, King David, and eventually Jesus Christ himself. Can you even imagine what your hidden obedience is about to unlock? And why does God hide you? To harm you? Never. He hides to preserve. The hiding was protection. The silence was consecration. The delay was divine development. Because when destiny is that heavy, only a soul that has been seasoned in secret can carry it well. Let's go further. In a forgotten village, a woman named Anna delivered babies for over 25 years. By candlelight, without pay, without praise, no medical support, no spotlight. When asked why she never stopped, she simply said, "I serve life, not attention." That one sentence captures the weight of holy obedience. Years later, those she helped, the children who grew, the mothers who remembered, built a medical center in her name. Not because she asked, but because she served in secret. Now contrast that with Victor, a CEO who rose rapidly, charismatic, clever, admired, but his foundation was hollow. He flattered, he forged, he stepped on others to ascend. And for a while it looked like success, until truth surfaced. And when it did, everything crumbled. His name became a caution, his wealth turned toxic, his empire a mirage. What was the difference between Anna and Victor? It wasn't talent, it was foundation. God is not impressed by speed, he's invested in structure. And your structure, it was built in pain, in patience, in purity. God saw when you turned down the partnership because it violated your values. He heard when you lifted others while your own soul was crushed. He watched as you chose gentleness when rage would have been easier. That kind of costly, unglamorous obedience shakes the throne room of heaven. And now the famine has done its work. It has detoxed you from dependence on applause. It has taught you that man's approval is fragile, but God's approval is fortress. You no longer need a platform to feel purposeful. You don't chase visibility, you carry vision. You have become anchored in the Word of God, not in the winds of trends. You have learned what it means to feast not on bread, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God. Matthew 4:4. So this next season, it's not a reward, it's a responsibility. Do you feel the shift? The temperature in the spirit is changing. The wind is moving. The pressure in the atmosphere is about to break. The silence that surrounded you is being split open by the voice of destiny. The same God who sat with you in your wilderness is now crowning you in visibility, but not for your glory, for His. This outpouring is not just about increase, it's about impact. This flood is not for luxury, it's for legacy. This is not promotion, it's prophetic placement, just like Joseph. His training ground wasn't the palace, it was the prison. His gift didn't develop in comfort, it was forged in confinement. And when Pharaoh finally summoned him, Joseph didn't just interpret the dream, he administered the solution. He governed, he stewarded national revival. That's the kind of elevation you're stepping into, not just symbolic, but strategic. So ask yourself, what can heaven now entrust you with? Wealth? Yes, but also wisdom. Reach? Yes, but also righteousness. Opportunity? Yes, but also anointing. The ice is breaking, the soil is thawing, the floodgates are opening. What was dormant is bursting to life. The harvest is responding to the seeds of your silence. The tears you cried in private are becoming rivers of joy in public. The moments you endured without applause are becoming monuments to God's faithfulness. But hear this clearly, you are not stepping into comfort, you are stepping into commissioning. You are not entering convenience, you are entering calling. Your voice will break shackles, Your hands will build refuge. Your presence will speak even when your mouth is silent. And when the overflow comes, don't shrink, don't hide, don't drape yourself in false humility, because this isn't about ego. This is about evidence. You are now the living proof that obedience in famine activates favor from the throne. Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Luke 16:10. And chosen one, you were faithful with little. Now heaven is placing much in your hands. This is not just a blessing, this is trust from the throne. How can it be that the very places where you once collapsed are now where you stand tallest? Chosen one, this isn't coincidence. This is divine reversal. Heaven is repaying every tear with triumph. Every place you once bled is about to blossom. The very areas where you once lacked, where you questioned your worth, where you nearly gave up. Those are the exact places God is preparing to use as your loudest testimonies. You've carried quiet agony for so long. Why did love evade you? Why did support seem absent? Why did others seem to glide while you crawled? And what was the purpose of being sent into a season that stripped everything except your breath? What if the pain wasn't punishment? What if the void was intentional? God was never mocking your lack. He was preparing it as sacred ground for glory. Isaiah 61:3 says, He gives beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, and a garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. But first, there must be ashes. There must be mourning. There must be heaviness. Your ashes are not the end. They're the beginning of evidence. You lacked love, and now you're being surrounded by covenant hearts, people who don't just want your time, but cherish your essence. You lacked affirmation, and now heaven is commissioning your voice to speak identity into those who are lost like you once were. You lacked clarity, and now your wisdom is razor sharp, not because of books, but because you bled for it. In the Bible, consider Peter, the disciple who denied Jesus 3 times out of fear. His moment of failure was public, humiliating, but after restoration, it was Peter's voice that ignited the early church at Pentecost. Acts 2. His shame became his strength. The void in his courage became the roar of his destiny. Could it be that your failure is simply the training ground of your future fire? You used to pray for a guide. Now you're the one lighting the path. You once begged God for refuge. Now you're building shelters for others. This isn't just restoration, it's repurposing. A young man named Leo, orphaned at 12, spent his teenage years homeless, sleeping under highway overpasses and bathing in public fountains. He once prayed for food, just one meal without begging. 2 decades later, he runs a chain of food banks that feed 10,000 families monthly. His pain became the blueprint for his purpose. No seminary, no podium, just scars that turned into strategy. But here's the mystery. The enemy meant to silence you in those very places. Rejection was meant to dismantle your dignity. Poverty was meant to destroy your faith. Confusion was meant to break your voice. But you survived. You adapted. And you didn't just crawl out. You transformed. Meanwhile, Marla, once a beloved public speaker, manipulated the empathy of crowds. Her story of abuse turned out to be fabricated. She chased a platform without the pain, and when truth surfaced, her influence disintegrated. Why? Because you cannot counterfeit brokenness. Real testimony has weight. Real scars carry oil. And you, chosen one, have oil on your scars. Nature tells this story too. The lotus flower blooms from mud. The deepest roots are found in the hardest soil. Diamonds are formed under pressure. And caterpillars don't sprout wings. They disintegrate into nothing before resurrection. Could your confusion have been your cocoon? God doesn't just give back what was taken, He gives it back multiplied. Joel 2:25 promises, "I will restore to you the years the swarming locust has eaten." Not just a moment, not just a blessing, years. He's not repaying you with mercy only, He's answering with multiplication. Your heartbreak didn't just soften your heart, it sharpened your discernment. Your loneliness didn't just isolate you, it consecrated you. Your rejection didn't just hurt you, it redirected you. And your poverty didn't just humble you, it taught you how to steward abundance with reverence. You are not just restored, you are redefined. Now you walk through the very valleys that used to bury you, not as a victim, but as a vessel. You speak life into tombs. You are no longer begging for healing, you carry it in your breath. You are no longer searching for answers, you are the answer in rooms filled with confusion. Your scars are sacred scrolls. Your lack is now legacy. You are the sermon the world didn't know it needed. Your existence is a message. Your joy is warfare. Your overflow is evidence. You cried for help. Now you are the helper. You longed for peace. Now your presence calms storms. You begged for clarity. Now your voice slices through chaos. You asked to be seen. Now heaven uses you to reveal truth. And the divine irony, what once humiliated you now qualifies you. What once made you feel worthless now displays God's worth through you. What once looked like a curse is now your highest calling. There was a season when shame sat on your shoulders like a mantle, heavy, suffocating, and loud. It whispered lies into your mind and shouted them through circumstances. The failure, the loss, the rejection, the moment you thought disqualified you forever. But what you didn't know then, what you couldn't possibly have seen through tear-stained vision, is that God was already rewriting the narrative. Not despite the pain, but through it. Chosen one, hear this deeply. What once broke, you didn't bury you. It built you. God doesn't discard the cracked vessel. He fills it. He doesn't erase the scarred places. He uses them as testimonies. That moment that humiliated you in front of men, that's now the very evidence that heaven is using to qualify you before nations. The shame you carried like chains has now become the gold threads of your mantle, and the thing you once begged God to erase has now become the altar where others will come and be healed. That thing that made you feel worthless, that lie that said, "You're not enough," that betrayal that shattered your sense of identity, God is flipping it, not covering it, not hiding it, reversing it. Now His worth is being revealed through the very place you were once wounded. He didn't remove your story, He anointed it. What looked like a curse, it wasn't a curse, it was a calling in disguise. Because God knew something you didn't. That calling doesn't come wrapped in clarity, it often comes cloaked in contradiction. But even in the confusion, even in the delay, even in the disappointment, the fingerprint of purpose remained. And now that you've emerged from the ashes, what once seemed like a grave is now the foundation of a throne. You are not the wound, you are the witness. You are living proof that God takes the broken and makes them bridges. You are the evidence that He doesn't waste pain. He recycles it into purpose. You are the testimony that God will take the rejected and transform them into rulers. That He will take the voiceless and awaken them as vessels, not because they were perfect, but because they were available. He uses what the world throws away. He chooses what the world forgets. And you are His chosen one. So walk boldly, not with ego, not with arrogance, but with divine awareness. There is a holy weight on your life now. You no longer walk in the shadow of your shame. You walk in the brilliance of your breakthrough. You carry something sacred. Your scars speak. Your silence carries sound. Your survival is now someone else's roadmap. You carry treasure in the very places you once carried pain. Do you see it? The very arena where you once wept, where they mocked you, misunderstood you, wrote you off, is now being transformed into the platform where God will display His glory through your life. The same people who watched you fall will witness you rise. The same floor that held your tears will now echo with the sound of your voice. The same weakness they saw will become the wonder they can't explain. And when they ask how you made it, when they ask what strategy you used, what favor you found, what connections got you in, you won't need to explain. You won't need to defend. You won't need to prove anything, because the glory on your life will speak for itself. You will simply echo the words of the psalmist. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Psalm 118, verse 23. They'll say you're different now, but they won't be able to define why. They'll feel the shift, but they won't understand the story. That's because you're no longer carrying proof of pain. You're carrying proof of presence. God's presence. His fingerprints, His glory pressed into every page of your testimony. So let them watch, let them wonder, because the thing that once disqualified you in their eyes, God just turned it into the oil that marks your next level. And you don't owe them an explanation. Your very life is the explanation. This overflow will be personal, achingly, intimately personal, but its purpose will echo across nations. Chosen one, what's about to pour into your life will feel like a love letter from heaven itself. It will be deep, rich and tailored to the very wounds you once carried quietly. But don't confuse intimacy with isolation, because what God's releasing through you was never meant to stop with you. You asked for restoration, but He's sending release. You prayed for healing, but He's bringing harvest. Can you feel it approaching? That holy stirring, that tremble in the spirit that tells you something bigger than you is now being born through you. This season won't be defined by how much you keep. It'll be defined by how much you carry for others. It's true, you've wept in secret. You've sown with no seed money. You've built visions with no blueprints. You've been faithful with little, trusted with silence, and consistent when nobody was clapping. And now the floodgates are opening. But not just because you're favored, because you're faithful. Jesus said in Luke 16:10, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." Heaven has seen how you handled the little, and now much is coming. And not just much, but multi-dimensional overflow. Healing will flood your soul, resources will fill your hands, opportunities will surround your steps. And still, that's just the beginning. Why? Because this blessing comes with an assignment. Like Abraham, who was blessed not just to enjoy wealth, but to birth nations. Genesis 12:2-3. You're being blessed to become a blessing. Abraham's overflow was never about status. It was about seed. And so is yours. This next season is about divine distribution, about becoming a living river, not a stagnant lake. You are not a collector of God's glory. You are a conduit. And here's the mystery. God's about to use your yes to answer prayers people haven't even prayed yet. Across the world, a teacher named Eleanor used her last paycheck to buy school supplies for children displaced by conflict. Her act of obedience sparked an international movement of supply givers that spread to 14 nations in 5 years. She didn't ask for fame. She simply said yes, and her yes became a legacy. But in contrast, public figure and entrepreneur Adam Neal hoarded his fortune, built empires on exploitation, and neglected the communities that helped raise him. His fall was brutal, not just financial, but generational. Because the fruit you hoard always rots. Chosen one, God trusts you not to rot the fruit. That's why this overflow will touch more than your bank account. It'll impact prisons and boardrooms, hospitals and housing projects, families and foster homes, from food banks to film sets, from private mentorships to public reformation. You're not just rising, you're rebuilding. And like Nehemiah, who led the charge to rebuild Jerusalem's walls, not with riches but with conviction and clarity, your rise isn't for ego, it's for impact. Nehemiah wept before he worked. He fasted before he fought. He led with prayer, not pride. And that's why he finished what others feared to start. Nehemiah 6:15 through 16. Your overflow will be rooted in the same sacred strategy. It will feed the hungry, fund the visionaries, shelter the forgotten, free those still trapped in the very cycles God delivered you from. And you, yes, you, won't boast in it. You'll build with it. Because this overflow was never meant for status. It was never about luxury. It was never about applause. This blessing wasn't given to decorate your life. It was sent to deliver others. Your breakthrough was born with an assignment. Your abundance comes with blueprints. This isn't about accumulation. It's about activation. What's flowing through you is not excess. It's equipment. There are hungry mouths, both physical and spiritual, waiting for what you carry. Hungry for love, for safety, for vision, for truth, for the presence of God that now radiates through your very being. You are not just rising, you're becoming a resource, a living reservoir of what heaven intends to release into the dry places of the earth. This overflow will become food to the forgotten, shelter to the shattered, funding for the flames of revival still flickering in the hearts of those who dream but lack the means. You will sow into callings that were one prayer away from dying. You will sustain lives that were 1 hour away from giving up, because what God gave you was not just for you, it was for them. And you will not shrink, you will not apologize, you will not pretend this is small, because it isn't. It never was. Creation itself confirms this truth. Nature does not hoard. The clouds, silent, vast, invisible workers in the sky, do not collect water to keep it. They store until the right moment, and then they release. And when they release, they don't ask permission. They don't look for approval. They just pour. They pour because the earth needs what they've carried in silence. Rivers do not trap rain, they move it. They carve new landscapes as they go, shifting whole ecosystems because they refuse to be stagnant. The tree that bears the most fruit does not cling to it. It lets it fall. It shares without negotiation, without fear of lack. It knows abundance multiplies only when released. So why would you, chosen one, be any different? You were never meant to hoard the harvest. You were meant to harvest the hoard, to empty what others stored up in fear and release it in faith. This overflow had your name on it before you ever had a title, before you were ever applauded, before the gifts were visible, before the vision was clear, before you were even formed. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. God didn't choose you because you were the most equipped. He chose you because you were the most surrendered. And He didn't prepare you in the palace. He prepared you in silence, in sorrow, in that sacred space where only angels heard your cry and the Spirit groaned with you in wordless intercession. The pain was not wasted. It was weight. And now that cry, that private groan, that unspoken ache, it's becoming a call to the nations. You won't flaunt this. You'll plant it. You won't waste this. You'll water dry places with it. You won't fear this abundance. You'll free others through it. Because now you know, it was never about you being seen. It was about heaven being revealed through you. The world may define wealth by what you can stack, store, wear, or show. But heaven measures it differently. The kingdom doesn't ask how much you've gained. It asks, how much have you given? How many lives were lifted because of your portion? How many systems were shifted because of your obedience? The world sees the results. God sees the reason. That's what makes you dangerous now. Not your bank account, not your followers, not your access, but your posture, because now, even with access, you still bow. Even with increase, you still intercede. Even with recognition, you still retreat to the secret place. This is not just favor, it's function, it's flow. It's heaven's economy working through your yielded vessel. Like a river running downhill, this overflow cannot be stopped. It wasn't meant to be contained. It's meant to be channeled. So the question isn't, how blessed will you be? The question is, what will you rebuild? Who will you restore? How many cries will be answered because you didn't hoard this moment? Will orphanages rise because of your obedience? Will shelters be built where silence once stood? Will visionaries finally launch because you funded what others feared? Will captives be freed because you remembered the chains you once wore? This is not the time to hesitate. Don't hesitate. Don't hoard. Don't hold back, because this is not just your season. It's the world's season through you. You are now a distribution center for heaven, a living conduit of God's economy. Every blessing you've received was designed to answer someone's cry. You will be enriched in every way so that you can be generous on every occasion. 2 Corinthians 9:11. That verse is not poetic, it's prophetic. Heaven doesn't enrich you randomly. It enriches you strategically, for every occasion, for every soul, for every assignment. Your generosity is not a suggestion, it's an identity. And in this, your stewardship becomes proof. Not just that God blesses, but that God entrusts. So rise, chosen one, not to take, but to transform. Let's make this clear. What you went through wasn't misfortune. It was a battlefield. Chosen one, that season of lack wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't just life happening. It was a covert war against your calling. Every setback, every silent night, every door that closed without warning. It was all part of a targeted campaign to wear you down before you ever found out how dangerous you truly are. The enemy didn't just want your resources. He wanted your revelation. He knew that if you ever discovered your true identity, if you ever understood how deeply heaven trusts you, you'd become unstoppable. So he tried to interrupt your clarity. He struck your finances, hoping to paralyze your faith. He hit your relationships to hollow out your hope. He touched your peace, your confidence, your health, not because those were the target, but because you were. Do you realize how afraid hell is of your awakening? It was never about the job, never about the money, never about that one opportunity. The real battle was always your belief system, because if the enemy could get you to question God's timing, doubt your worth, or give up on your vision, he wouldn't need to destroy you. You would sabotage yourself. But here's the miracle. You didn't break. You bent, but you kept believing. You wept, but you kept walking. You staggered, but you never surrendered. When demons whispered, "You're forgotten," you answered with worship. When lack screamed, "You're done," you lifted your voice in prayer. That resistance, that stubborn refusal to quit, that was your victory in seed form. And now, the reversal begins. God is not just restoring what was taken, He's compensating for what was deliberately targeted. This is not charity. This is justice. This is divine vengeance, not fueled by bitterness, but by the holiness of heaven's order. In Scripture, Job lost everything: family, finances, health, not because he sinned, but because he was marked. Satan believed that stripping him would expose weakness. But Job held fast, saying, "Though he slay me, yet will I hope in him." Job 13:15. In the end, God restored double everything that had been lost. Job 42:10. That's not just redemption, that's a pattern. And you, like Job, didn't curse God in the famine, and now you're stepping into the feast. Have you ever asked, why did my warfare feel so relentless? Why did I cry while others danced? Why did I lose when others gained? Why me? Because your destiny carries weight, and the enemy recognized your threat before you did. In the 1980s, Dr. Miles Monroe, a Bahamian preacher, author and reformer, was nearly disqualified before he began, rejected by institutions, shamed by systems. But he refused to believe the labels. His life became a river of kingdom influence, teaching nations about purpose. He said, "The wealthiest place on earth is not the oil fields. It's the graveyard, filled with potential never released." But you, chosen one, you escaped that fate. You refused to let lack bury your purpose. You refused to die full. You emptied out your praise when your soul was hollow. You gave from a place of invisible oil. And now the tables are turning. Meanwhile, the enemy who mocked your vision is about to watch it bloom. Like a desert suddenly drenched by spring rain, your dry places are shifting. What once looked dead is now budding. You prayed for scraps, soon you'll manage overflow. You borrowed faith, now you'll lend courage. You were dismissed, but now you're being divinely distinguished. And here's the part. Hell can't stop. This blessing isn't man-made, it's God-ordained. It was etched into your story before the attack even formed. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Heaven didn't cancel the attack, it outwrote it. Now watch. The very lies spoken over your life are about to become laughter. The fear you once carried is being replaced by fire. The caution you once lived under is being buried beneath covenant. You're not rising with bitterness, because bitterness was burned out in the furnace that tried to consume you. Every insult, every disappointment, every delay that could have hardened your heart, God turned it into boldness. A holy boldness that doesn't bark for attention, but walks in unshakable conviction. You don't need to prove anything. You've been approved by fire. You're not carrying fear anymore, because fear lost its grip the moment you realized who fought for you. The fire you carry now is sacred. It's not loud, but it cannot be ignored. It doesn't flicker, it forges. You walk into rooms not seeking permission, but releasing presence. The same fire that tried to destroy you has become the very light guiding your path. And you're not walking into blessing timidly, because you've earned your scars. You've survived the season that was designed to suffocate your faith, and now you carry authority not borrowed from men, but bestowed by God. You don't enter softly, you enter sent. You don't enter to be seen, you enter to shift. Every step forward is warfare, and yet you walk with peace. Because now you know you made it. Not barely, but divinely. This moment isn't just about receiving abundance. It's about heaven responding to everything you endured in silence. It's about vindication. This overflow is God's way of saying, "I saw it all. I didn't forget." God is going to bless you in such a way that every ounce of pain you once carried will begin to make sense. The blessing won't erase the sorrow, but it will outshine it. It will tell the story your voice couldn't find the strength to tell. He's going to elevate you so clearly, so intentionally, that it will feel like an answer to every night you lay on the floor, wondering if any of this was worth it. Every why you whispered through your tears is about to meet a "watch this" from heaven. And you won't just rise with open doors, you'll rise with divine confirmations. Favor will surround you like a garment. It will be the echo of every promise God whispered in the dark when no one else believed in you. When even you stopped believing in yourself, He still believed. And now He's making it visible. You're not in that place of lack anymore. That version of you, the one who was afraid, unsure, waiting, doubting, has been buried beneath layers of growth. You outgrew the valley. You didn't escape it. You transformed in it. You passed the test, not by getting everything right, but by not giving up when everything went wrong. You passed not because you had perfect faith, but because you had persistent faith. You stayed the course even when the wind pushed against your calling, even when the silence from heaven felt unbearable, even when others abandoned ship. You stayed in the storm because you knew who called you. And now, heaven is opening the curtain. What you carried in secret is about to be crowned in public. This isn't hype. This is harvest. Not just a reward for endurance, but an unveiling of everything God has built inside of you when no one was watching. You're not just coming out of lack. You're stepping into legacy. You're not just gaining provision. You're gaining power. And the enemy, he'll have no choice but to watch. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm 23, verse 5. So, stand tall, chosen one. The fire didn't consume you, it commissioned you. The pain didn't destroy you, it prepared you. The lack didn't define you, it launched you. This is not just a comeback, this is a coronation. Let's make this clear. What you went through wasn't misfortune, it was a battlefield of destiny. Every unanswered prayer, every missed opportunity, every month where lack felt louder than hope, none of it was random. You weren't being punished. You were being targeted. Hell knew your name long before you did. What you called dry seasons were spiritual ambushes. What you called bad luck were precision strikes from an enemy who saw glimpses of your potential and panicked. You didn't lose momentum. You were under siege, and yet you're still standing. Chosen one, that season of lack wasn't just a valley, it was a covert war against your future. The attacks didn't start when you succeeded, they started when you were still figuring it out. That's how threatened the enemy was. He didn't wait for you to be famous, influential, or wealthy. He hit you while you were still invisible. He tried to take you out while you were still unknown, because he knew your next season would be undeniable. Every closed door, every broken connection, every night of silent tears. It was a strategy to wound your belief so that you'd sabotage yourself before the breakthrough ever came. The enemy didn't just want your resources, he wanted your revelation. He didn't care about your money, he feared your mind. He didn't strike your relationships to ruin your social life. He struck to drain your hope, distort your identity, and discourage your soul from ever dreaming again. But God, rich in mercy, allowed certain things to break, not to punish you, but to reveal what couldn't be shaken. You thought you were losing everything. In truth, you were shedding what couldn't carry the next dimension. Do you realize how afraid hell is of your awakening? That's why the warfare came before the confirmation. That's why your battle intensified right before your clarity returned. Because if you ever fully knew who you are, hell's grip would be finished. And now, you're waking up. You're remembering. You're seeing again with spiritual eyes. You're no longer begging for answers. You're becoming the answer to problems you were born to solve. You're not reacting. You're rising. It was never about the job. It was never about the apartment you lost. It was never even about the bank account or the title or the opportunity. All those things were distractions. The real war was always for your belief, your faith, your identity, your intimacy with God. Because if the enemy could convince you to walk away from the promise, he'd never have to fight you in the fulfillment. But you didn't break. You bent, but you bowed in worship. You cried, but you didn't curse. You were pressed, but you didn't quit. You had every reason to walk away, but you stayed. You had every reason to hate, but you chose to bless. And that decision, day after day, is what kept the covenant active over your life. That resistance, that stubborn refusal to quit, that was your victory in seed form. Every time you chose prayer over panic, every time you forgave without apology, every time you chose to sow when your soil felt dry. That wasn't weakness, that was warfare. That was heaven watching to see if you'd believe before you saw. And now the reward for your endurance is beginning to manifest in layers, quietly, powerfully, irreversibly. You're not rising with bitterness, because bitterness was burned off in the furnace of affliction. Every betrayal that should have made you cold became firewood for your altar. Every loss that could have made you bitter became language for your testimony. You don't walk with venom, you walk with vision. Holy boldness has replaced human offense. You're not carrying fear anymore, because fear no longer fits in the vessel you've become. The fire inside you now is sacred. It doesn't flare with rage, it refines with purpose. You step into rooms not seeking validation, but carrying presence. The very flames that tried to consume you now illuminate the path for others behind you. What once intimidated you now recognizes your authority and bows. And you're not walking into blessing timidly. You've survived battles no one else even knew existed. You don't carry entitlement, you carry evidence. Your hands don't reach to impress, they build. Every scar has become a code. Every wound is now a weapon. You're not stepping into the next chapter as a victim. You're stepping in as a vessel of unshakable authority. This isn't just about overflow. It's about vindication, the kind of vindication that doesn't need to scream, the kind that stands in rooms once closed and says nothing, because favor says it all. God is about to bless you in a way that silences every whisper of the past. Not because you need revenge, but because heaven is a God of justice. In Scripture, Job lost everything: family, finances, health. Not because he sinned, but because he was marked. Satan believed that stripping him would expose weakness. But Job held fast, saying, "Though he slay me, yet will I hope in him." Job 13:15. And in the end, God restored double everything that had been lost. Job 42:10. That's not just redemption, it's a prophetic blueprint, and you're walking in it now. God is going to elevate you so clearly, so purposefully, that it will answer every tear-soaked question you ever asked when no one else could hear you. Why me will turn into, now I see. Was it worth it? Will be answered by evidence. You will walk into places that once mocked you and carry such glory that people will ask, how did you survive? And the only answer you'll need is, grace built me in silence. You won't just rise with open doors, you'll rise with divine confirmations. Favor will surround you like a garment. It will be the echo of every promise God whispered in the dark when no one else believed in you. When even you stopped believing in yourself, he still believed, and now he's making it visible. You're not in that place of lack anymore. That version of you, the one who was desperate, doubting, on the verge of giving up, that version has died. The wilderness worked, the cocoon cracked, the crushing birthed clarity. What emerged from the valley wasn't a damaged soul, it was a refined instrument of revival. Dr. Miles Monroe, the Bahamian preacher and leadership reformer, was once rejected and dismissed by institutions who called him unqualified. But he rose from obscurity to become a global voice on destiny. The graveyard, he said, is the richest place on earth, filled with books never written, ideas never shared, dreams never lived. But you, chosen one, refused to bury your purpose. You dared to keep breathing through pain. And now purpose is breathing back. You passed the test, not by winning, but by not quitting. You stayed when others walked. You remained soft when the world turned bitter. You held on to hope when even your heart felt numb. And now, chosen one, the reward is not just restoration, it's revelation. You're about to realize why it had to happen this way, why the attacks were so targeted, why the loneliness felt unbearable, why the provision was delayed. Not everyone finishes well. Bernie Madoff, once revered as a financial genius, built a fortune that dazzled Wall Street, until it was revealed to be the largest Ponzi scheme in history. His empire collapsed, leaving devastation in its wake. His fall wasn't because he lacked strategy. It was because he lacked substance. He built fast, but without foundation. And when the shaking came, there was nothing left to stand. But you, God refined you before he released you. He carved depth before allowing elevation. That's why what's coming to you will last. Not because of flash, but because of faithfulness. In a quiet village, a young woman named Talia ran a failing bakery. She barely had enough to feed her children, but she tithed flour from every batch to bake free loaves for the orphanage. For years, she remained unseen, until one day, a traveling chef discovered her gift and funded the expansion of her bakery. Today, she employs dozens of single mothers and distributes bread to 4 provinces. Her overflow didn't start with success. It started with secret obedience. Nature teaches this too. The pearl, one of the most treasured gems on earth, is not formed in peace. It begins with irritation, a grain of sand lodged deep within the soft flesh of an oyster. The oyster doesn't remove it. Instead, it responds by layering it with nacre again and again until the wound becomes wonder. To the outside, it looks like stillness, but inside, transformation is taking place, just like your trials. What felt like intrusion was actually incubation. What seemed like pain was provoking your purpose. The pressure wasn't punishment, it was refinement. God wasn't trying to break you. He was forming beauty through the very thing that hurt. You weren't being buried, you were being bejeweled, covered in layers of glory until what once wounded you now reflects heaven's craftsmanship. Heaven is about to reward you publicly for what you endured privately, not because you chased attention, but because you chased obedience. And obedience always leads to glory. You're not just coming out of lack, you're stepping into legacy. You're not just receiving provision, you're rising in power. You're not just surviving, you're about to shake atmospheres with your very presence. And the enemy, he's not dead, but he's defeated, and now he has to watch. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm 23:5. So rise, chosen one, with clean hands, with a steady gaze, with authority in your steps and fire in your breath. The battle wasn't just to break you, it was to build you, and now it's time to be crowned. You're not just being blessed, you're being rebuilt from the inside out. Chosen one, what's happening in your life right now isn't just favor, it's foundational. This isn't just a miracle, it's a makeover of your very being. God is not just giving you something new, He's healing everything that was hidden, silenced, ignored, or shattered. This is no longer about survival, it's about becoming. You're not simply entering a season of answered prayers, you're stepping into a version of yourself that you've never met, but heaven has known all along. Because this is more than blessing, this is becoming. Can you feel it? That deep shift in your spirit. The weight you used to carry isn't there anymore. The ache you used to cover up is finally quiet. What changed? Heaven didn't just open the windows, it began reconstructing your roots. You're not just receiving overflow, you're becoming whole. And maybe you've asked quietly in the night, why now, God? Why after all this time? Why did I have to bleed so long before I healed? Why did you let me fall apart before you put me back together? Because now, you're finally still enough to let Him rebuild you, not just rescue you. This isn't surface-level restoration. This is surgical, strategic, sacred. God is reaching into the bruises no one else saw. He's binding up the cracks that your smile covered. You're not just getting your strength back, you're receiving an identity anchored in eternity. And this time, nothing will shake you. Because what good is overflow if your soul is still leaking? What good are open doors if your heart is still haunted? God never wanted to just bless you. He wanted to complete you. In Luke 17, Jesus healed 10 lepers, but only one returned to worship, and to that one Jesus said, "Your faith has made you whole." Not just healed, whole. There's a difference. He didn't just walk away clean, he walked away restored. That's what God is doing in your life right now. Wholeness isn't just about no longer hurting. It's about fully knowing who you are and never needing the world to agree. That's why you'll no longer chase platforms to feel seen. You'll no longer crave rooms that require your silence to stay accepted. You'll walk in with quiet confidence because your worth has been sealed in secret. But this healing won't remain hidden. People will see the glow, the calm, the stability, and they'll ask, "What happened to you?" Your answer will be simple but unshakable. God made me whole. And they'll believe it, not because of what you say, but because of how you carry yourself. You won't flinch in the face of what used to paralyze you. You won't explain away your strength. You'll stand in it. This is why the warfare was so relentless. The enemy wasn't just afraid of your blessing, he was terrified of your becoming. He could have tolerated you being loud. He couldn't afford you becoming rooted. Because a whole believer doesn't need applause. A whole believer moves atmospheres without saying a word. After you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast. 1 Peter 5:10. Malala Yousafzai, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, was almost murdered for simply going to school. But the bullet that tried to silence her became the reason the world listened. Her wholeness wasn't forged in comfort. It was birthed in pain. Now she speaks, not just with intellect, but with authority rooted in experience. Contrast that with Howard Hughes, wealthy, powerful, admired, but mentally tormented. He had more money than nations, yet lived the end of his life hidden, afraid, and broken. His success couldn't save him because it was built on performance, not peace. That's why God is healing you before he hands you influence, so you won't crumble beneath what's coming. And then there's Daniel, a man from a small town who once drowned in emotional trauma and spiritual numbness. After losing everything, his job, health, community, he found nothing left but God. He sat with silence, journaled through anger, wept without shame. Over time, he didn't just recover, he transformed. Today, he helps others heal not through theories, but testimony. His sessions are filled with wisdom and stillness. He doesn't preach loudly, he lives quietly. And that's the difference wholeness makes. But don't think this is only personal. Heaven is healing you because there are others attached to your breakthrough. How many lives will shift because you finally forgave yourself? How many chains will fall when your voice no longer trembles with guilt? Nature mirrors this mystery. There's a phenomenon called serotinous pine cones, found in forests prone to wildfires. These pine cones are sealed tight, refusing to open until the fire comes. Only in intense heat do they burst and drop seeds. Without the flame, the forest never regenerates. Without the burning, life never multiplies. Unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit. John 12:24. Could your fire have been the beginning, not the end? What if the pain was the activation, not the punishment? God is healing you, not just so you feel better, but so you move differently. You're being rewired, recentered, released. And with that release comes something the world cannot replicate: quiet, holy authority. So let go. Let go of the timelines that pressured you into thinking you were behind, as if divine design could ever be late. You were never behind schedule. You were being built in silence. The delay wasn't a denial. It was heaven's way of making sure the weight of your future wouldn't crush the frame of your soul. Let go of the explanations. You don't owe anyone the story of your survival. You don't need to narrate every valley you walked through to validate your worth. The fruit on your life will speak louder than your footnotes. Your presence will testify where your pain used to shout. Some will wonder how you made it, And the answer won't be your resume, it'll be your radiance. Let go of the guilt, the kind that lingers long after the healing began, the kind that makes you feel like you need to apologize for needing time, for setting boundaries, for choosing rest over burnout. Guilt is not your portion. Grace is. Shame is not your echo anymore. His mercy rewrote your melody. Let go of the need to keep proving. You've already been approved by the only one whose opinion ever mattered. Heaven has already stamped your identity. You are not the mistake you made. You are not the chapter you outgrew. You don't need to overperform to feel seen. You don't need to shrink yourself into rooms God already designed for your fullness. You are chosen, not because of perfection, but because of alignment. And now, forgive, not just the people who hurt you, not just the voices that rejected you, but yourself. Forgive the version of you that didn't know better, the you that settled, the you that stayed too long, the you that tried and failed and tried again. Mourn what didn't work, but don't build your identity around the ruins. Honor it, bless it, learn from it, then bury it with dignity. Because the new cannot live in the same space where the dead is still being kept warm. What's coming into your life now is so sacred, so divine, so full of holy purpose, that there's no room for regret. There's only room for readiness. You're not just being elevated, you're being established, anchored in identity, rooted in peace, strengthened by scars that no longer sting. You're not just being celebrated, you're being completed. Made whole by the very God who saw you undone and stayed. You're not just being seen, you're being sealed. Heaven's hand has marked you, and no amount of past disqualification can erase what has now been confirmed. This is not just the end of lack, it is the beginning of true life. And so, chosen one, hear this in your spirit. The very thing you once wept for, fasted for, waited in silence for, is now being released in a flood, not a trickle, not a glimpse, but a divine downpour tailor-made for your endurance, your tears, your unwavering belief, even when everything looked barren. You don't have to strive for it anymore. Heaven has already heard. The drought is over. The blessing is not future tense. It is now. God is pouring it out in ways eyes haven't seen, ears haven't heard, and minds haven't imagined. 1 Corinthians 2:9. And it's not just what you asked for, it's more, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Luke 6:38. This is your appointed time. Your famine has flipped into favor. Your rejection has become redirection. The waiting room has transformed into a birthing room. You are no longer pleading, you're possessing. So as this message comes to a close, don't let it be the end of your awakening. Let it be the confirmation you needed. Let it be the sign you were praying for. Let it be the trumpet that awakens every promise still dormant inside you. If this word touched your spirit, comment Amen below. Share your testimony. Someone may be waiting on your breakthrough to believe again. Like, share, and subscribe to help this prophetic sound reach the ones who feel forgotten in the waiting. To everyone who's sown into this channel, whether through super thanks or simply your time and presence, thank you from the depths of our heart. You are part of this movement, this remnant, this rising. And now, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May He cause His face to shine upon you and give you peace. May everything that was withheld be released in its divine fullness. You've sown with tears. Now prepare to reap in joy, because what once looked delayed was always destined. Your season is now. Welcome, God's chosen ones. This isn't just another video. This is a divine appointment hidden in plain sight, an encoded moment written in the blueprint of your destiny. Long before June arrived, heaven had already circled it in the spirit. And now, here you are, standing in the middle of a month that's been set apart for breakthrough, alignment, and unstoppable movement. You may have thought you were surviving this season, but what if you were actually activating it? Has your spirit been feeling unusually alert lately, like something invisible is watching, measuring, waiting? That's not paranoia, that's prophecy unfolding. Some of you felt the intensity of this month before the calendar even flipped. You sensed a shift in the air, an invisible pressure pressing you into silence, pruning and sacred preparation. And yet, through the crushing, you've also noticed something new stirring inside, a kind of boldness that wasn't there before. Could it be that your spirit already knew this month wasn't ordinary, it was a portal? If that resonates with you even a little, go ahead and comment 777 below right now. Not for superstition, but as a sign that your faith recognizes this moment as sacred, that you see it for what it is, a divine summons. And to all of you who have stood beside this channel, whether through prayer, a quiet amen, sharing the message, or sowing into it through the super thanks, thank you. Your faith is helping carry these words to people right at the edge of giving up. You are not just supporting, you are activating heaven's algorithm. Now take a breath and slow down your racing thoughts, because here comes the deeper question. Why does it feel like this month is moving faster than the others? Like something is trying to either launch you or stop you completely? That tension is not a mistake. It's a sign. This is the month where heaven has scheduled a collision between your obedience and your overflow. And maybe you haven't asked this out loud yet, but let it rise now. What if everything that's been falling apart was only doing so to reveal what can never be shaken again? Don't move just yet. What's coming next isn't content, it's confirmation. This June has been written in prophecy, and now, finally, you're becoming what hell hoped you'd never remember you were. Let's begin. God's chosen ones. This June was written in prophecy. You're becoming unstoppable. There's a kind of fire that doesn't wait for permission. It ignites in moments when destiny no longer knocks. It breaks down the door. And this fire, chosen one, is burning now. It's not waiting for your feelings to catch up. It's not pacing back and forth until your schedule clears or your circumstances soften. What you are feeling in this hour is not random anxiety. It's divine urgency. A call from realms above that refuses to be delayed. Why does it press so hard? Because heaven wrote June as the month where timelines converge, not just for prophecy to unfold, but for obedience to erupt. And yet, too many have bowed, quietly, unknowingly, to an idol made of some days. How many times have you praised what's coming and ignored what's already arrived? How often have you declared breakthrough while silently delaying the surrender it requires? You've wept during worship on Sunday, only to shrink in compromise by Monday. You've shouted about the harvest, but resisted the sickle in your hand. Could it be that your waiting has become a spiritual disguise for avoidance? There's a moment in Scripture when Joshua commands the people to step into the Jordan while the river is still flowing. The waters didn't part before their obedience. They parted because of it. What would have happened if they waited for the current to stop? The miracle would have passed them by. And just like them, you are not waiting on the river to part. The river is waiting for your foot to touch it. A businesswoman who built an entire enterprise on ethical transparency once said, "What shifts things isn't vision, it's movement." Her name is Whitney Wolfe Herd, founder of Bumble. She didn't wait for the perfect time. She moved during opposition. When the world said wait, she acted, and the act became the catalyst. I remember hearing of a man named Daxton, an overlooked janitor in a government building, who for years quietly typed away at ideas during lunch breaks. No one took him seriously until the day his proposal for a nationwide logistics solution solved a supply chain crisis. He didn't get discovered because he chased visibility. He was found because he moved when heaven whispered, "Now." What if you're not being ignored? What if you're simply hidden for the unveiling that obedience will trigger? And buried within the gospel lies a warning and a promise. Jesus once wept over Jerusalem, not because they were weak, but because they missed their hour of visitation. How many divine invitations have gone unopened because they were disguised as interruptions? The tragedy isn't always in failing. Sometimes it's in pausing too long. Imagine a volcano, quiet for centuries, but beneath its stillness, molten purpose rises. You don't see the pressure building until the earth cracks and heaven thunders through it. That is what June has become for you, a seismic appointment that erupts through stillness and demands movement now. Your delay doesn't stall heaven, it only slows your transformation. So what will you do with this furnace of now? Will you treat it like smoke, assuming it will pass? Or will you finally throw your hesitation into the fire and let it burn for good? The word still echoes with power. Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts. Hebrews 3:15. Not tomorrow, not next month, today. Because your response to this present whisper determines the size of the shift that's coming. You've been taught to treasure Sunday, and rightly so. It is sacred. It is celebration. It's when your voice joins with others and heaven leans in. And yes, you gather with the saints, lift your hands, feel the weight of the week fall away. You get reminded who God is, and even more who you are in Him. But don't be mistaken. Sunday is not where the roots go down. It's where the fruit is revealed. The fire you feel in worship didn't start in the sanctuary. It was kindled in solitude when no one was watching. It was ignited when you chose stillness over scrolling, obedience over ease, integrity over impulse. The atmosphere of breakthrough doesn't form in public. It brews in the quiet, where choices aren't glamorous and no one's clapping. You celebrate the flame, but God watched the match in your hand on Tuesday morning when you forgave before the apology came. That was where the miracle began. You're not just being called to Sunday faith. You're being summoned to weekday devotion, the kind that anchors revival in routine. Faith doesn't grow because you shouted louder. It grows because you kept walking when no one affirmed you. Long before David danced with joy before the Ark of the Covenant, he was tending sheep in isolation, singing songs not to crowds, but to God alone. His Sunday began in the pasture, not the palace. And the oil that anointed him wasn't released on a stage. It flowed in secret, chosen in a moment when even his own father forgot to include him. It's the hidden places that shape the chosen. Cardinal Robert Sarah, a Catholic leader known for his reverence of silence in an overstimulated world, once said, "The strength of a tree lies in what is hidden." That one sentence might explain your life. While others sought stage lights, your roots were going deep in soil no one respected. But that's where the strength is. That's where fruit comes from. A woman named Adrielle worked as a midwife in a rural village where no camera had ever come. No one praised her. No one posted about her sacrifices. But year after year, she kept serving. And when a national health crisis struck, her tireless work saved more lives than entire city hospitals. When asked how she did it, she replied, "It was never about glory. It was about readiness." That's what your Monday obedience is building, readiness for what Sunday reveals. Scripture tells of Paul and Silas worshipping not in the synagogue, but in a prison cell, Acts 16:25. Their praise didn't wait for freedom, it made room for it. The earthquake didn't come because they shouted louder than usual. It came because their worship had roots in trust, not circumstance. You think your ordinary days don't matter. The earth shakes when unnoticed faith touches heaven. There is a wildflower known as the fire poppy. It doesn't bloom during peaceful seasons. It waits for fire. Only after scorching heat does its seed awaken. That flower teaches what some sermons forget. Resurrection often begins in ash. And your unseen obedience, it's a seed carrying fire-resistant DNA. So when you lift your voice this Sunday, let it be more than emotion. Let it be memory. Let it be the sound of Tuesday's decision, Wednesday's perseverance, and Friday's integrity rising in unison. That's when Sunday becomes overflow, not just performance, and the heavens respond to that kind of authenticity. Your defining moment will not always announce itself with stained glass windows or angelic choirs. It often arrives unmarked, hidden inside the humdrum hours of your week. And some of the most transformative encounters in all of Scripture didn't happen on temple grounds. They happened in obscurity. Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the far side of the wilderness. There, the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Exodus 3:1-2. Not on a Sabbath, not during a fast, but while working. His divine encounter was disguised as another ordinary day of labor. David, too, wasn't anointed in the tabernacle or applauded by men when his destiny collided with Goliath. David left his supplies with the keeper, ran to the army, and greeted his brothers. 1 Samuel 17:22. All he was doing was delivering bread. Yet by the end of that errand, David said to the Philistine, "You come to me with a sword, with a spear, and with a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts." 1 Samuel 17:45. What started as service turned into the sound of history being rewritten. And then there's Esther. Her boldness wasn't birthed in comfort. It rose during risk. "Go, gather all the Jews, and fast for me, neither eat nor drink for 3 days. Then I will go to the king, which is against the law. And if I perish, I perish." Esther 4:16. Her obedience didn't wait for the applause of a festival. It was formed in a private decision to stand while trembling. Joseph's ascent began in a prison cell, not a palace. Each of the 2 men, the cupbearer and the baker, had a dream. And Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." Genesis 40:45, 48. He wasn't delivered by screaming for attention. He was lifted because his gift kept flowing, even when it looked like no one was watching. And the very beginning of the gospel's global explosion didn't launch in a tabernacle. It began on a shoreline. As Jesus was walking by the Sea of Galilee, he saw 2 brothers. "Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men." Matthew 4:18-19. Their destiny found them not in prayer, but in sweat, with nets in hand. It wasn't a holy day, it was just today. And yet they said yes. You ask for fire from heaven, but heaven is waiting for a flame from you, right now, where you are. What if your defining moment has already arrived, but it's dressed like a delivery route, like lunch hour, like overtime? Could it be that the miraculous is hidden in your monotony? A theologian and teacher named Sister Thea Bowman once said, "The strength of our people has always come from our willingness to pray through ordinary pain." She didn't wait for a microphone to make her mark. She forged it through everyday faith that outlasted resistance. In another corner of the world, a woman named Leora spent years watering young trees in a mountain greenhouse where no spotlight ever reached. But when wildfires came, the untouched stretch she had cultivated served as a natural barrier that saved dozens of lives. The roots she nurtured in silence did what no siren could. And so it is with you. Don't underestimate the holy in your schedule. Don't dismiss the sacred just because it doesn't feel spectacular. Consider the bristlecone pine, a tree that's been alive for thousands of years, not by growing quickly, but by surviving slowly in the harshest places. It's not famous for its beauty, it's revered for its endurance. You were built with that same spiritual material. That's why Tuesday's yes echoes louder than Sunday's shout. So when God whispers in the middle of your list, when He nudges you in the middle of your errands, respond like eternity is watching, because it is. The burning bush doesn't wait. Goliath doesn't pause. The sea doesn't part until the foot touches it. And Jesus? He's still walking shorelines, calling names in the middle of labor, not liturgy. This moment you're standing in, it is not just another tick on the clock. It is holy ground, clothed in unseen fire. And not because it's peaceful, convenient, or glamorous. It's holy because heaven has chosen now. Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11:1. Not future faith, not hypothetical faith. Now, faith. Because the atmosphere of the miraculous doesn't dwell in the past or camp in the someday. It breathes in the present, and it dies in delay. Every time you whisper, maybe later, something divine pauses. Heaven doesn't cancel your breakthrough, but it does hold its breath. Why? Because faith is the oxygen of the now. It doesn't suffocate in pressure, but it does suffocate in procrastination. The moment you defer what God stirred, you unplug the current where divine movement flows. When the voice of God spoke from the fire, Moses stood barefoot before the bush. And the voice didn't say, "I was the God of your fathers," alone. Nor did it say, "I will be the God of your deliverance." It said, "I am who I am." Exodus 3:14. The God of now, of motion, of present tense deliverance. Moses didn't get the luxury of delay. His encounter demanded a decision in the moment. Too many want a burning bush encounter without the inconvenience of holy timing. But heaven doesn't schedule around comfort. It breaks in where obedience collides with opportunity. A story unfolds in the New Testament, one many read quickly, but few sit inside of. Jesus is walking through Jericho when a blind man named Bartimaeus begins to shout, "Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me." The crowd tries to silence him, but he doesn't wait for a better time or a clearer path. He cries louder, and Jesus stops, Mark 10:47-49. Imagine that, eternity paused because someone refused to delay. What if Bartimaeus had said, "Maybe tomorrow"? What if he had waited for a private meeting instead of shouting in public desperation? The same urgency shaped the life of Robin Sharma, a business coach who once said, "The smallest of actions is always better than the noblest of intentions." But it wasn't just a quote, it was how he lived. Before any stage or book deal, he led free sessions in libraries with only 5 people in the room. His success wasn't built on someday, it was built on now. And somewhere in a city that forgot her, a woman named Isela worked overnight shifts at a bakery while raising 3 children alone. One day, she decided to study during her breaks, 5 minutes at a time. Within 3 years, she became the city's most respected food safety inspector, overturning unfair labor conditions. No spotlight, no trending post, just obedience to the present whisper. There's a plant called the resurrection fern. During drought, it curls up brown and brittle, looking dead. But with one rainfall, it springs open in vibrant green within minutes. No delay, no drama. It responds the moment water touches its core. You carry that same spiritual reflex, unless hesitation steals it from you. So you must ask not whether God is speaking, but whether you're willing to answer before it makes sense. Do you really need one more sign? Or have you simply been negotiating with divine timing? Are you truly waiting on clarity? Or are you hiding your obedience in the language of perfectionism? Now is sacred. This hour is pregnant with shift. And when God declares, "I am," He's not just revealing his name, he's revealing the realm where he moves. The now. That's not just language, that's divine immediacy. The kind that interrupts the rhythm of doubt with a declaration of certainty. When heaven says, I am, it's not echoing sentiment, it's establishing presence. I am not bound by your calendar. I am alive in your now. He doesn't operate on your delays, hesitations, or emotional weather. He is not confined to your planner, nor intimidated by your confusion. He is not just a future promise, he is a present presence. Right now, not in some distant breakthrough, not on the other side of achievement or healing. Now, I am your provider today, not after the contract clears. I am your strength today, not when you finally feel brave. I am your waymaker today, not when the doors swing open. I am your answer today, not once the questions stop hurting. So why are you still scanning the horizon for something that's already arrived at your feet? Why are you asking for what's already been deposited into your atmosphere? Chosen one, you are not waiting on God. God has been waiting on your yes, waiting on your motion, waiting on your now. A verse in Isaiah echoes like thunder through hesitation. Before they call, I will answer. While they are still speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65:24. That is not delayed mercy. That is accelerated alignment. But that divine pace isn't triggered by perfection. It's unlocked by movement. Stop praying for a perfect moment. Start honoring the Holy One you're already standing in. Look at Peter. He wasn't sure. He didn't have clarity or theological certainty when Jesus called. But the wind was howling, the water wasn't still, and still he stepped out. Then Peter got down out of the boat, walked on the water, and came toward Jesus. Matthew 14:29. He didn't wait for calm. He honored the now. And for a few steps, the impossible bowed to obedience. This is what heaven is waiting on from you. Not the flawless plan, but the fearless move. A poet and speaker named Amina Brown once said, God doesn't need you to be ready. He needs you to be responsive. She built an entire ministry, not from a stage, but from living rooms, coffee shops, and parking lots. Her anointing didn't come from waiting for grand invitations. It flowed because she kept saying yes in small spaces. And across the Atlantic, a man named Kyle worked as a night security guard for a museum. Quiet, unknown, forgotten. But in that solitude, he began restoring neglected historical documents, slowly, patiently. Within 2 years, his work unveiled records that reconnected dozens of lost families to their ancestors. No one asked him to do it. No one paid him to begin. But heaven moved the moment he did. Even nature pulses with this truth. The Arctic poppy blooming in harsh tundra doesn't wait for ideal conditions. It turns toward the sun the moment light touches it, even if that light only lasts a few minutes. It absorbs what's given now without apology. And that's what you've been called to, not to wait for the perfect hour, but to bloom in the light that's already here. So, what would shift in your world if you stopped asking for a someday miracle and started responding to today's invitation? What doors would open if you moved before the applause, before the certainty, before the guarantee? The miraculous doesn't manifest through polished plans. It erupts through raw obedience. And heaven's current is moving now. Will you step into it before it passes by? Let's expose what's been cloaked in false discernment. Delay. That's the enemy's most polished deception. Not destruction, but deferral. Not fire, but fog. Because Satan doesn't always need to drag you into sin. Sometimes all he needs is to rock you gently into spiritual sleep. He doesn't have to attack your faith violently if he can just suffocate it with hesitation. And so he whispers, "You're not quite ready. You need more clarity. Let's just wait one more week, one more confirmation, one more sign." But you weren't called to spiritual limbo. And what masquerades as maturity is often just masked paralysis. It's not discernment, it's bondage. What feels like wisdom is often weaponized delay. And while you circle the same questions, heaven is holding your inheritance on the other side of a decision you're postponing. Every time you delay obedience, you delay movement in the Spirit. Every time you pause your assignment, the oil that was meant to flow begins to recede. Every time you hesitate, the mantle you've been asking for lingers just out of reach. Not because it's withheld, but because it's waiting for motion. Do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what a day may bring forth. Proverbs 27:1. Tomorrow is not your promise, now is, and that terrifies hell. Hell doesn't tremble when you shout on Sunday. It expects that. Hell doesn't flinch at declarations made in front of crowds, but hell panics when you rise on Monday and still say yes. Hell loses ground when your Tuesday is laced with follow-through. Because your real power isn't in what you declare publicly, it's in what you complete privately. Remember Jonah. His delay didn't just cost him time, it cost him peace, progress, and nearly an entire city. God called him to Nineveh, but he ran the other way. His logic sounded spiritual. I'll go later. I'm not the one. It's too soon. But his delay landed him in the belly of disruption, and it was only when he surrendered in the depths that the fish released him, and the oil for the mission began to flow. His breakthrough didn't come through extra prayer. It came through immediate obedience. In the 20th century, a preacher named Leonard Ravenhill once said, "The opportunity of a lifetime must be seized during the lifetime of the opportunity." That's not just poetic, it's prophetic. Ravenhill didn't rise to prominence because of comfort. He shook the earth because he lived what he preached. He didn't wait for permission. He moved when others paused. And there was a man named Corwin, a quiet maintenance worker in a rural clinic. One afternoon, a blackout shut down the entire building, but Corwin had memorized the electrical grid from years of unnoticed service. Within minutes, he rerouted power manually, saving the lives of multiple patients on ventilators. No training, no applause, just readiness born from hidden obedience. The foxglove flower grows in wild meadows and forest edges. Its seeds lie dormant for years, buried beneath moss and mulch. But when lightning strikes nearby and disturbs the soil, the shock awakens something ancient. Suddenly, blooms erupt, fierce, towering, unexpected. They were always capable. They were just waiting on disruption. Delay didn't kill them, but it didn't mature them either. It took movement to unleash what was encoded in their DNA. So what has God already placed in you that delay is choking? What scroll is rolled up in your spirit, still waiting for a yes you were supposed to give last month? When will you stop waiting for safer ground and step onto the battlefield where your voice was forged to echo? Hell has never feared a passive believer. It fears the one who moves in quiet obedience, the one who acts when others ponder, the one who walks when others wait, the one who doesn't need approval, applause, or assurance to step into what God already made available. Because when you finally stop delaying, the enemy can no longer stall what heaven has already set in motion. The enemy has studied patterns longer than you've been alive. He knows your thresholds, your hesitations, your sacred delays, and he knows this: if he can't make you fall, he'll make you freeze. If he can't entice you into rebellion, he'll seduce you into waiting, because he doesn't need your sin to steal your calling. He only needs your silence. And so he engineers hesitation, wraps it in false wisdom, and calls it caution. But here is the raw truth: stalled obedience is still disobedience. Delay is just a quieter kind of rebellion. So if you've been hesitating, circling, stalling, this is not condemnation, it's a divine interruption. Because today, not next week, not someday, today is your invitation to break the cycle that's been slowly killing your momentum. Today is the threshold of shift, and today You have the authority to step into it. Scripture whispers with holy fire, "Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as in the rebellion." Hebrews 3:15. The same warning the Israelites ignored in the wilderness now calls to you. Don't resist the moment where heaven has already moved. Right now, there are three kinds of hearts standing in front of this word. First, there is the heart still waiting for confirmation. You heard the whisper, you saw the sign. The door opened, but instead of walking through it, you stayed at the threshold, waiting for another cloud to move or another fleece to be wet. You've dressed indecision as discernment, but God already spoke. Second, there is the heart paralyzed by fear. You are afraid, not just of failure, but of looking foolish. You've counted the cost so many times that the moment has passed you by. But fear is not a prophecy, it's a prison. And today is the jailbreak. And third, there is the heart already on the edge of obedience. Your toes are touching the water, your chest is full of holy fire, and yet you're wondering if you need one more green light. But faith doesn't wait for the wind to stop. It walks into the waves because the voice of Jesus said, "Come." When Elisha received Elijah's mantle, he didn't pray about it for a week. He didn't ask for 3 confirmations. So Elisha left him and went back. He took his yoke of oxen and slaughtered them. Then he set out to follow Elijah and became his servant. 1 Kings 19:21. He burned the plow. He kissed comfort goodbye. His delay would have dishonored the mantle, and so will yours. In a quiet village in Norway, a violinist named Sina played outside train stations for coins. Her music was haunting. One morning, a famous composer on his way to a retreat heard her and wept. He invited her to record with him that week. She almost said no. She didn't feel ready, but something in her soul said, now. That album later funded music education across 10 countries, and there was a teenage boy named Nico living in foster care who'd written a mobile app during stolen hours in a public library. He had one chance to pitch it to a local startup incubator. He almost missed the meeting, overwhelmed by anxiety, but he showed up trembling. That app now connects hundreds of underprivileged students to scholarship opportunities every year. Nico didn't wait to stop shaking. He moved while shaking. The African baobab tree grows wide and strong, not because it moves quickly, but because it stores water in its thick trunk. In dry seasons, it feeds entire ecosystems, but it must expand now, before the drought arrives. What it stores today determines what it survives tomorrow. So which heart are you? And more importantly, how long will you wait to move? Heaven is not asking you to feel more ready. It is not waiting on more conditions. It is not offering another extension. Heaven is declaring, today is your turning point. Not next Sunday, not after another sermon, not after the fear subsides. Today, because this day is carrying power. This hour is heavy with shift, and what's about to break loose in your life depends entirely on one thing. Will you respond, or will you pause again? Why is today so critical, chosen one? Because your future is not a distant event. It's a sculpture being carved by present obedience. Your now is the chisel. Every yes you give today becomes a seed, planted not in theory, but in tomorrow's soil. You don't enter your future, you grow into it. And right now, the atmosphere you long for, peace, clarity, purpose, power, is being cultivated in real time by what you choose, resist, and obey. The decisions you make when no one's watching are writing the architecture of the seasons you've been praying for. You've been asking God to open doors, but obedience is the key. You've been waiting for the outpouring, but your yes is the cup. Obedience today becomes access tomorrow. And God, He's not demanding perfection. He never has. He's not waiting for you to arrive flawless. He's waiting for you to arrive surrendered. He's not asking for a finished product, just a faithful step. Because He's not after polish. He's after partnership. If you are willing and obedient, you will eat the good of the land, Isaiah 1:19. Not if you're perfect, not if you're fearless, if you're willing. Remember Mary, the teenage girl whose yes reshaped history. She didn't have a title or a plan, but when the angel appeared and declared her assignment, she said, "Be it unto me according to your word." Luke 1:38. That was not emotional hype. That was covenant. She didn't understand how it would unfold, but she agreed anyway, and heaven responded with incarnation. Today is not random. It's not just another sunrise. It's a holy appointment. A divine contract is being placed before you, and God is not asking for your applause. He's asking for your signature of obedience. This is not hype. This is not religious excitement. This is covenant. What if you don't have to figure it all out? What if your yes is the signature that authorizes heaven to move now? A Catholic missionary once said, "God does not call the equipped. He equips the called." That was Saint Teresa of Calcutta. She didn't wait for funding or strategy before she touched the sick in the gutters of India. She moved with trembling hands, and God built nations of mercy around her courage. In another corner of the world, James, a humble truck driver in Montana, kept feeling prompted to leave water bottles on the side of a remote hiking trail. No explanation, no logic, just a quiet nudge he couldn't ignore. He obeyed. Months later, a hiker who had collapsed from heat stroke credited that simple act with saving his life. One small yes, one ordinary act, but obedience had already signed the miracle into motion. Have you heard of the moonflower? It blooms only at night, opening slowly as twilight deepens. But its timing must be exact. Miss the moment, and it withers unopened. Its beauty is only seen by those who trust the timing of the dark. You too carry something that only blooms when you respond in the now, even if the timing feels inconvenient, even if no one else sees. So heaven asks, will you sign with your obedience? This isn't about waiting until the fear leaves. It's about moving while it still trembles. This isn't about earning favor. It's about responding to invitation. Because if you say yes now, heaven says, I'll move now. If you partner with me today, I'll begin the shift today. This is not a theory. This is a threshold. This, right here, is the moment where destiny doesn't ask for effort. It asks for surrender. The atmosphere is not calling for you to push harder, prove more, or strive for heaven's attention. It's calling for a posture, for stillness that submits, for the kind of yes that echoes beyond reason. Just as Mary once whispered to the angel, "Be it unto me according to your word," Luke 1:38. Your agreement today doesn't just accept God's will, it activates divine acceleration. But it can't be theoretical. It must be signed in real-time obedience. Heaven does not anoint hesitation. It moves with movement. It partners with immediacy. And here comes the warning, soaked in mercy, but clear as thunder. Delayed obedience is still disobedience, not because God is cruel, but because he is holy. You don't negotiate with divine timing. You don't bargain with eternity. When heaven speaks, your response isn't just a reaction, it's an access point. Now is the time of God's favor. Now is the day of salvation. 2 Corinthians 6:2. Not tomorrow. Not once you feel ready. Now, because every time you delay what God instructed for today, you create spiritual traffic around your own breakthrough. You jam the very corridor heaven is trying to clear for your release. That's why the enemy doesn't always tempt you into rebellion. He'd rather nudge you into hesitation. A hesitant heart becomes a hostage to time. You lose momentum not by choosing evil, but by choosing delay. But here's the sacred reversal. The moment you say yes, even with fear in your chest, even with trembling in your bones, you snap the rope. You break the grip of spiritual stagnation. You step into the realm where faith walks ahead of feelings, and in that realm, God doesn't move slow. He moves fast. He rearranges circumstances in the wake of bold obedience. Look at Abraham. God said, "Go from your country to the land I will show you." Genesis 12:1. He didn't give coordinates. He didn't hand him a blueprint, and yet Abraham went as the Lord had told him. Genesis 12:4. That yes birthed a nation. That obedience wrote a covenant that still speaks across generations. A real-life example. Bishop T.D. Jakes, now a global voice of faith, almost turned down his first national speaking engagement. He felt underqualified, insecure, but he heard the whisper of God say, "Go now." That obedience became the launching pad for ministry that would reach millions. Another story comes from Rahima, a nurse serving in a refugee camp. One day she felt an overwhelming sense that she needed to pray for a newborn who had been declared too weak to survive. She hesitated until she remembered the urgency of now. She laid her hand on the child and whispered a prayer. The next morning, the baby's vitals normalized. Doctors couldn't explain it, but heaven had already moved because she had. Even nature honors immediacy. The desert locust, when triggered by rainfall, transforms into a completely different creature. Its wings strengthen, its colors shift, and it begins to move with explosive power. But that metamorphosis only begins if it responds within a narrow window of moisture. If it waits too long, it remains grounded. Power without obedience is potential wasted. So what might happen if you stop waiting for confirmation and start walking in covenant? What shift is being withheld because your obedience hasn't been released? What acceleration is hovering over you, waiting for your agreement to come out of your mouth? Don't let delay rob you of divine timing. Don't let hesitation hold your future hostage. You were never created to live in spiritual limbo. You were made to move, to walk, to step into the impossible by saying yes before the path makes sense. Because when you say yes now, you don't just enter your calling, you release the speed of God into your story. I feel this with fire for someone reading. It's not hype, it's holy urgency. You've been mourning in silence, grieving years you can't get back, chances you didn't take, and doors you didn't walk through because fear gripped your ankles. You've carried the ache of delay like it's a death sentence. But the Spirit of the Lord says, your delay did not cancel your destiny. The enemy has been relentless in one thing, making you believe that time disqualified you. He keeps whispering, you're too late, you missed it, you should have moved back then. He points at your stillness and calls it failure. But God never called you to timelines. He called you to trust. You say, I should have started years ago. But God says, I knew the exact hour you'd say yes, and I've already woven your obedience into my blueprint. You say, I missed my moment. God responds, I am the God of moments. I made time. I redeemed time, and I can bend it around again. You say, I've wasted too much. And heaven thunders back with restoration. I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. Joel 2:25. You're not disqualified, you're being repositioned. Look at Moses. He wasn't called as a young prodigy. He was hiding in the desert at 80 years old when the bush burned and heaven spoke. His resume was stained with murder. His heart was fractured with exile. And still, God said, go. And Moses went. Time didn't disqualify him. Delay didn't erase the call. If anything, it refined it. God knew exactly when the wilderness would rip his pride and prepare his voice. I knew you before I formed you in your mother's womb. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. That means God's purpose on your life was marked before your mistakes were made. In modern history, Colonel Harlan Sanders, founder of KFC, didn't franchise his business until he was 65. His early years were littered with rejection, financial hardship, and career failure. But when he finally moved in obedience to the idea that wouldn't leave him, legacy followed. Not because he started early, but because he finally said yes. There's a woman named Solange who worked as a receptionist for 20 years, always sketching ideas for books during her lunch break. At 47, after losing her job, she decided to self-publish one of those stories. That book went on to win a national award and inspired an entire movement of late-blooming authors. Her delay didn't disqualify her. Her yes activated the buried oil. Think of the sequoia tree. It can remain dormant in its seed form for years, until the precise conditions of fire and heat crack it open. The very fire that seems destructive is what unlocks its growth. That's what God does with your waiting. He doesn't discard it. He sets it aflame with meaning. So, if you've been stuck in shame, listen to this clearly. God has not closed the chapter. You are not behind schedule. You are being ushered into alignment, and today is the ignition point. What if your yes today activates everything the enemy tried to bury? What if the delay only deepened your roots, so the fruit would be undeniable when it came? God isn't watching the clock. He's watching your courage. And this is what he's saying now. I still have a plan for you. I still have space for you. I still have work for you. The harvest hasn't passed you. It's been waiting for you to step into the field. This isn't poetic optimism. This is covenant truth, carved into eternity, written in blood, backed by the throne of heaven itself. God doesn't just forgive. He restores. He redeems the time. He repurposes pain. He resurrects seasons long buried and breathes new life into ground you thought was cursed. This isn't motivation. It's resurrection power wrapped in promise. Look at Moses. He didn't step into his true calling until the age of 80. The first half of his life was spent in Pharaoh's palace. The next half was spent in exile. But when the bush burned and the voice of God thundered, time bowed, and a man dismissed by Egypt became the liberator of a nation. Exodus 3-4. Look at Sarah. The promise sounded absurd when it arrived. She laughed to herself and said, "After I'm worn out and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure?" Genesis 18:12. And yet she conceived. Laughter turned to legacy. Heaven wasn't late. It was preparing her to carry something that couldn't be born early. And the thief on the cross? He had minutes left in a wasted life, but he turned and said, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." And Jesus didn't hesitate. "Today you will be with me in paradise." Luke 23:42-43. That is divine immediacy. That is mercy stronger than time. Heaven didn't judge how late he arrived. It responded to the posture of his heart. So why do you believe the lie that it's too late for you? If you make a decision today, if your heart whispers yes, you give God permission to fast-track what fear delayed. That doesn't mean you skip the process. It means heaven begins to compress time in your favor. The years that pain scattered are swept into a single season of reaping. The doors others waited decades for begin to shift on hinges in months, not because you're exceptional, but because God is eternally faithful. The word declares it. I will restore the years the locust has eaten. Joel 2:25. A theologian once said, God never wastes a wound, and that includes yours. Martin Luther King Jr. didn't become a global voice in his old age. He stepped into history in his 20s, and yet it wasn't youth that made him powerful. It was clarity. He responded when the world said he wasn't ready. And because he moved early, heaven moved fast. And in a small rural town, a woman named Irina lived her entire life believing she'd missed her assignment. At 62, she enrolled in a free community art course. By 64, her paintings were hanging in children's hospitals across the country, soothing kids with color and light. Her delay didn't deny her gift. Her yes redeemed it. The bamboo plant takes 5 years of invisible root growth before it ever breaks the surface, but when it does, it shoots up feet within weeks, not because it's cheating time, but because time was building what couldn't be seen. That's divine acceleration, the kind that happens when heaven is no longer waiting on preparation, because preparation is already complete. So hear this now. Your delay didn't disqualify you. It deepened you. Your slow season wasn't a waste. It was a womb. And if you respond today, God is able to do more in one obedient season than you could have accomplished in 10 self-directed years. It's not about skipping steps. It's about heaven's hand compressing time around your surrender. The fast track isn't a shortcut. It's a covenant. You may feel behind, but God is never late. You may feel unworthy, but grace rewrites the clock. And if you'll say yes now, the wind of acceleration is already at your back. So stop grieving what you didn't do. Stop replaying the missed calls, the abandoned opportunities, the moments when fear took the microphone and courage sat down. What's gone is gone, but what remains still carries power. The enemy wants you buried in regret, but God is calling you into restoration. And restoration doesn't begin with revenge on your past. It begins with responsibility for your present. The late start still matters. The lost time can still produce fruit, but only if you move now, only if you turn mourning into motion, only if you decide that hesitation is no longer your home. You imagine that God needs you on a mountaintop, wrapped in prayer shawls and thunderous worship. But Moses, he wasn't in a temple. He wasn't fasting or calling down fire. He was in the desert, tired, exiled, tending sheep that weren't even his, just surviving another routine day. And that's exactly when heaven broke in. Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, and he came to Horeb, the mountain of God. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it did not burn up. Exodus 3:1-2. No choir, no altar, just dust and sheep and a soul half asleep. But God didn't wait for perfection. He moved on attention. Moses turned aside to look, and in that turning, destiny erupted. It wasn't Moses' excellence that invited the call. It was his willingness to notice. In a similar spirit, Ellis spent 15 years working nights as a janitor in a corporate building. One evening, while cleaning the executive floor, he found a copy of a misprinted proposal in the trash. He read it, found an error, rewrote it with ideas he'd been studying for years, and left it anonymously. That rewrite saved the company millions, and they found him. He now leads their innovation team. All because he paid attention in an ordinary moment. Even nature echoes this mystery. The African rain frog is one of the smallest amphibians, almost invisible to the eye. It spends most of its life buried in sand, but when a single storm rolls in, it rises, calls, mates, and reproduces, all in 24 hours. It doesn't need a season, just a moment, just attention to timing. What if God is trying to interrupt your normal right now? What if the fire has already been lit, but you're too distracted to turn aside? What if breakthrough isn't loud but subtle, waiting for your stillness to see it? Stop saying it's too late. Stop searching for spiritual theatrics. Your next chapter might not begin in a sanctuary. It might begin in your kitchen, on your commute, in your inbox, in your quiet yes whispered while folding laundry. Because when you are marked by heaven, God doesn't require polish. He requires presence. He doesn't need your perfection. He needs your attention. So look up. The bush is burning. Will you turn aside and answer? The word says it clearly. When the Lord saw that he turned aside to look, God called to him from within the bush. Exodus 3:4. Read that again slowly. God didn't speak when Moses passed by. He didn't shout while Moses was distracted. The voice of heaven was activated the moment Moses turned aside. The bush was already burning, but the call didn't come until Moses noticed. That flame wasn't for spectacle, it was for direction. It wasn't entertainment, it was alignment, a signal flare in the spirit, a silent summons wrapped in fire. The moment Moses changed his gaze, heaven changed his course. And here's the truth most miss. God was already present before Moses was aware. Meaning what? Meaning your calling may not be delayed. It may be waiting for your attention. Many don't miss their moment because God failed to arrive. They miss it because they didn't pause long enough to perceive it. They were scrolling, rushing, distracted, too busy managing routine to recognize the supernatural wrapped in the ordinary. What if the thing you've been praying for, confirmation, clarity, next steps, has already been ignited, but you haven't slowed down long enough to turn aside? What if the miracle didn't need more signs, but more stillness? Moses wasn't looking for a call. He wasn't fasting for direction. He was surviving, tired, dusty, just doing his job. But that day, a bush burned, and when he noticed, heaven responded. Now come closer. Let's bring this into your own life. You've been waiting for a sign, a prophet, a spotlight moment, a thunderous voice from the clouds. But what if the fire is already burning? What if this very message, the one in front of your eyes right now, is your burning bush moment? What if this is the divine interruption you didn't expect? What if God has wrapped your assignment in ordinary packaging and tucked it into your daily scroll? Not because he wants to hide it, but because he wants to see if you'll turn aside. Take Luis, an Uber driver in Chicago who thought he was wasting his life. One day, he picked up a passenger who was crying silently in the back seat. Instead of ignoring it, Luis offered prayer. That conversation led the man to cancel a suicide plan and begin counseling. Luis didn't know he was driving into destiny. He only knew he felt something holy in an ordinary moment, and he turned toward it. Even nature whispers this secret. The moth, drawn not to brightness but to directional firelight, doesn't just seek light, it orients by it. And when it flies with intention toward flame, its entire trajectory changes. That's what Moses did. That's what you must do. Not just admire the flame, orient by it. So ask yourself, not with guilt, but with holy wonder, what's already burning around you that you've been too preoccupied to see? What conversation? What conviction? What moment feels small but carries divine heat? Because here's what no one talks about. The bush could have burned without ever changing Moses, if Moses had walked by. And you've scrolled, you've hesitated, you've told yourself it was just another moment. But this one is different. This moment is glowing. The bush is already burning. The fire has been lit. The question is, will you turn aside? God doesn't always announce himself with thunder. Sometimes he arrives in the subtleties. A weight on your chest that won't lift, a whisper you can't unhear, a sentence that keeps circling your spirit long after you've moved on, a moment that lingers, a message that won't let go. And it's not random. That is your burning bush. It's not shouting, it's glowing, not for spectacle, but for summons, not to impress you, but to instruct you, not to entertain, but to enlist. Heaven is not recruiting spectators, it's summoning soldiers. You've been saying, God, speak to me, but God is saying, I already did. The fire is already lit. The call has already been issued. The only question now is, will you turn aside? The fire isn't the finish line. It's the ignition point. It's where apathy burns to ash, where excuses melt under the weight of divine assignment. It's where identity is clarified and purpose is unleashed. When Moses turned aside, he didn't just have a spiritual experience. He was handed a nation-shaking assignment. One man, one bush, one turning. That choice didn't just affect his day, it altered the destiny of an entire people. Because every burning bush is a prelude to deliverance. When the Lord saw that he turned aside to look, God called to him from within the bush. Exodus 3:4. That one decision, to stop, to notice, to step closer, opened a revelation that shifted the timeline of history. And God is still doing it, still using flickers of divine fire in ordinary settings to awaken world-shaking purpose. But the fire is never meant to be admired. It's meant to be answered. Althea, a high school custodian working the night shift, prayed over every locker she cleaned. One evening, she found a discarded journal filled with thoughts from a student on the brink of giving up. She left a note. That note became the catalyst that pulled the student back from the edge, and years later, that same student credited Althea in his graduation speech as the one who saved his life. She didn't preach. She just turned aside. Even the earth testifies. In volcanic landscapes, there exists a species called the fire lily. It doesn't bloom in calm. It waits for the ash. It springs to life only in the soil scorched by eruption. The very destruction others flee becomes its invitation to rise. So it is with you. The fire you fear might be the flame that births you. You say you're waiting for direction, but what if direction is waiting on your response? What if the divine assignment has already begun, and your movement is what will cause it to unfold? The call of heaven isn't always grand. Sometimes it glows quietly beside you while you do the dishes, while you ride the train, while you scroll through your feed. But it's calling, and if you dare to turn, to pause, to step into the flame of conviction, what you'll find is not destruction, it's destiny, because every burning bush is a doorway, and on the other side of that flame, a nation, a legacy, a freedom you haven't yet imagined. So here's the last question. Will you keep walking, or will you turn aside? Someone's freedom depends on your response. Your yes was never meant to be selfish. It's generational. The obedience you release could be the key that unlocks another's prison. People still trapped in Egypt are waiting for the sound of your obedience to thunder through their walls. This isn't just about your breakthrough. It's about the deliverance your calling is destined to activate. You've been asking heaven to speak louder, but God already lit the fire. The only thing left is your decision to turn aside. The invitation isn't waiting to be louder. It's waiting to be noticed. The fire is already burning. Moses wasn't walking through a cathedral. He wasn't fasting. He wasn't in prophetic alignment or revival atmosphere. He was exhausted, living in Midian, tending sheep in the dust of exile. But in the middle of that mundane day, something flickered. And when he stopped long enough to turn toward the burning bush, everything shifted. When the Lord saw that he turned aside to look, God called to him from within the bush. Exodus 3:4. That one act, turning aside, triggered an entire nation's liberation. The fire wasn't sent to impress him, it was sent to interrupt him, and that interruption carried an instruction. So now go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt. Exodus 3:10. Sometimes you're not waiting on a sign, you're surrounded by them, but distraction has muted your discernment. The bush is already burning. The mandate is already in motion. The moment you say yes, heaven responds. Oprah Winfrey, before the fame, before the legacy, was working as a young reporter in Baltimore. During a moment of rejection that could have rerouted her career, she sensed a nudge to speak differently, to show up more fully. That choice, quiet but decisive, marked the turning point. Not the awards, not the cameras, the yes, and the ripple still hasn't stopped. Alana worked in a low-income daycare, barely making ends meet. One afternoon, while cleaning up spilled crayons, she overheard a 6-year-old explaining a dream about building flying machines. Something in her stirred. She began saving books on engineering, slipping them quietly to kids. 10 years later, one of those children was accepted into MIT. When asked why he pursued aerospace, he said, Someone believed I could before I believed it myself. The fire lily doesn't bloom when the sun is warm or the air is sweet. It waits for the heat of devastation. Its seeds lie dormant beneath scorched earth, awakened only after wildfire. The same fire that devastates others signals it's time to rise, not despite destruction, but because of it. So ask yourself honestly, have you been rushing past the flame, expecting something louder? Have you been so consumed with waiting for a dramatic encounter that you missed the divine one flickering right beside you? You've said, "God, speak to me." But God says, "I already did." This very moment, the one you're living, scrolling, maybe crying through, is glowing with divine invitation, not for applause, for alignment. The fire doesn't wait for convenience. It burns for calling. It's not your destination, it's your ignition point. Hope isn't an emotion for later. It's a weapon for now. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him. Romans 15:13. That means hope shows up not after your trust is perfect, but as you trust. Not after the storm clears, but while the winds are still raging. When your heart wants to quit, hope raises its voice. When your mind spirals into what if, hope holds the line. When grief tells you it's too late, hope replies, but God restores. The enemy fights your hope because when hope dies, obedience hesitates, vision blurs, faith collapses, but your hope isn't gone. It's flickering like the bush, waiting to be noticed, responded to, ignited. The fire is burning, the call is alive, the moment is sacred, and your response might just be what history has been waiting for. When hope rises, atmospheres shift, minds realign, battles turn. That's why Scripture declares we have this hope as an anchor for the soul, firm and secure. Hebrews 6:19. Hope isn't sentimental, it's structural. It holds you steady when everything else breaks loose. It doesn't wait for comfort. It stabilizes you in the chaos. So even if your hands are shaking, lift them. Even if your voice trembles, worship anyway. Even if your heart aches, believe anyway. Hope isn't a feeling you wait for. It's a force you activate. Don't wait for Sunday to lift your head. Do it now. Don't wait for a choir to remind you. Sing now. Don't wait for the preacher's altar call. Step forward in faith where you stand. Hope doesn't wait for schedules. It meets you in surrender. And hope isn't abstract. It's a person. It's Jesus. Living, burning, moving on your behalf right now. So speak, move, rise. Because the breakthrough coming tomorrow is tied to the hope you hold on to today. The covenant has already been written. Heaven placed the scroll before you. Divine terms sealed with blood. Not symbolic, but legal. The Lamb has signed it. All that's missing is your yes. And your yes isn't just an emotional moment. It's legal permission. It's spiritual authorization. If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. Isaiah 1:19. God is not constructing more buildings, he's building boldness. Not filling rooms, he's forming warriors. You weren't invited to join a program, you've been drafted into purpose. When Jesus passed by Peter and Andrew at the Sea of Galilee, he didn't explain the journey. He simply said, "Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men." And at once they left their nets and followed him. Matthew 4:19 to 20. That wasn't just a career change. That was the turning point of a global movement. Their obedience didn't just change their lives. It changed history. Look at Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the theologian who resisted Nazi tyranny in World War II. He could have fled, could have stayed silent, but he stayed in Germany to speak truth and disciple underground churches. When asked why, he said, "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil." His hope wasn't soft, it was steel. His obedience still shakes generations. Talia, a struggling single mum working late shifts at a diner, began praying quietly over each receipt she handed customers. One evening, a man who had just lost his wife, said her handwritten prayer gave him the strength to keep living. That night, Talia realized she wasn't just serving food, she was serving hope. She never preached, she simply obeyed. The alpine snow lotus grows in the highest, most brutal mountain climates. It takes up to 10 years before it blossoms. The conditions are violent, freezing winds, shifting snow. But beneath that silence, the roots anchor deeper. When the lotus finally blooms, it does so for a single season, brief, radiant, and unmatched in strength. That's what your waiting has been doing, preparing you to bloom with uncommon resilience. So what's stopping you now? Hope isn't on hold. Heaven isn't on pause. The scroll has been unrolled. The trumpet is sounding. The Spirit is moving. The call is active. This isn't a membership request. This is a mobilization. Say it with clarity, not caution. I will go. I will obey. I will carry the fire daily, not just on Sundays. This is no longer about watching. It's about moving. And history is waiting for your yes. Beloved, this wasn't just a message. It was a moment, a divine interruption, a sacred encounter written into the scroll of your life before the foundations of the world. You didn't stumble into this word. You were summoned. Heaven doesn't waste breath. God speaks when destiny demands a response. And right now, the Spirit of the living God is hovering over your timeline, waiting, watching, listening. This is more than poetic fire. This is prophetic instruction. You are not here by accident. You didn't endure all that pain just to survive. You didn't walk through years of silence, of struggle, of sorrow, just to arrive at this page and scroll past number. You are standing in the doorway of divine acceleration, and your yes is the key. Heaven has already drafted the covenant. The signature it awaits is not ink from a pen, but obedience from a yielded heart. So if your spirit is trembling right now, if tears are rising but you don't even fully understand why, that's the confirmation. This was written for you. Your fire is not going out. It's being reignited. Your voice is not disappearing. It's being recalibrated. Your purpose is not dead. It's being resurrected. And your delay has not disqualified you. It has made room for a deeper surrender. So here's what I ask of you, not for me, but for the kingdom. If this word lit something in you, like this video so it keeps circulating and awakening others who are still asleep. Comment your yes, or share the one moment in this word that shook you back to life. Share this with someone you love, someone you mentor, someone you've been praying for. Subscribe to this channel, not for content, but for continual confirmation, clarity, and community. This is more than a page. This is an altar. And if you're reading this, you're part of the remnant God is raising. To those who've poured into this space, whether through super thanks, through prayer, or simply by returning week after week in silence, I see you. More importantly, God sees you. And I thank you from the depths of a grateful heart. This ministry is breathing because you've helped build the lungs. And now I bless you. I bless the places in you that still feel uncertain, still feel behind, still feel broken. I bless your beginnings, your re-entries, your restarts. I bless your Monday mornings and your midnight wrestlings. I bless your obedience in the hallway before the door opens. I bless the fire in your bones that hell could not extinguish. I bless the oil that's increasing in you right now, not through striving, but through surrender. May the same God who called Moses from the fire, who met Elijah in the whisper, who overshadowed Mary with glory, who spoke peace to the thief in his final breath, now surround you with divine urgency, holy clarity, and unwavering boldness. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. You are not behind. You are chosen. You are appointed. You are burning, and the time is now. Say yes. Say it aloud. Let heaven hear it. Let hell tremble because of it. This is not just a message. This is a mantle, and it rests on you now. Chosen one, stop everything and listen. This isn't just a message, it's a divine command, sent straight from the courts of heaven and meant for you alone. Something sacred is unfolding tonight, and if your heart is beating a little faster right now, it's because your spirit already knows. The moment has come. Tonight, your body ends, not in death, but in holy transformation. But what if this isn't just about change? What if it's about resurrection? What if this is the moment your spirit has been secretly waiting for all along? The version of you that tolerated pain in silence, the version that walked in fear, in compromise, in confusion, that version does not pass beyond this hour. You were never meant to remain small, broken, or hidden. Heaven is stripping off the layers that were never yours to carry. The heaviness you've been dragging, the identities others placed on you, the limitations you began to believe. Tonight, they fall away. Can you imagine who you'd be without the weight of what tried to bury you? If you're still watching, hear this clearly. You have been chosen for such a time as this. You didn't find this message by chance. You were summoned. Something eternal is knocking on the door of your life, and it cannot wait any longer. The spiritual atmosphere around you is shifting. The weight in the room is not normal. It is the presence of God preparing to do surgery on your soul. And you must ask yourself, are you willing to release who you've been in order to become who you truly are? Chains are about to snap. Dead skin is about to peel. There is a fire rising from within you that cannot be stopped. And if you miss this moment, if you turn away from the invitation now, you may walk back into a life that no longer fits the size of your destiny. What if the very discomfort you're feeling now is proof that breakthrough is closer than it's ever been? So pause. Anchor this moment in action. Hit the like button as a prophetic declaration that you are ready. Subscribe if your spirit knows you're not supposed to walk this alone. Comment 777 below as a signal to heaven that you are aligned, surrendered, and available. And if you've sown into this mission through super thanks, I thank you with everything in me. Your giving is not forgotten in the realm of the Spirit. It echoes beyond this screen. Isn't it wild to think that your presence here, in this very moment, is part of a heavenly orchestration far bigger than you imagined? Now take a breath, because what you're about to hear next may change everything. Something is ending, yes, but something infinitely greater is about to begin. Let's go deeper. God's chosen ones, your body ends tonight. Ready now. You may not realize it yet, but something sacred is happening to you tonight. Not symbolically, literally. This is more than a poetic turning point. This is a cellular command, a spiritual override, a divine shutdown of everything false you've carried in your body, your beliefs, and your identity. Can you feel the trembling beneath your ribs? That's not fear. It's the sound of your survival self unraveling. Not because you're broken, but because heaven has declared the false version of you must die tonight. You're not being punished. You're being reprogrammed, like Saul on the road to Damascus, whose entire system crashed in a flash of divine interruption. Acts 9:3-6. You are being stopped so that you can be started again. But how many times have you tried to reboot the old code just to find it no longer runs? That anxious reflex, that old thought loop, that fear you thought would protect you, none of it can function in this new frequency. Why does it all feel so unfamiliar, so heavy, so quiet? Because your soul is exiting the simulation. Let me tell you about Aurelia Bennett, a trauma counselor from Oregon. She spent 20 years helping others heal from emotional pain while secretly drowning in her own. One night her hands went numb and her mind went blank. At first she thought it was burnout, But the stillness that followed wasn't empty, it was holy. In those silent weeks, she felt like she was disappearing. And then, slowly, something deeper emerged, a clarity she'd never known. She began painting again, singing again, dreaming again. She hadn't vanished, she had been remade. Is that what's happening to you now? Have you noticed how even your memories are shifting, as if heaven is rewriting the way you see your past? When Jesus stood before Lazarus' tomb, he didn't speak to the corpse. He spoke to the living identity trapped inside death's disguise. Lazarus, come forth. John 11:43. That same voice is calling you now, commanding your true self to rise, while everything that's decayed stays buried. But can you hear it beneath the noise of your own resistance? Even the earth understands this process. Think of a volcano, still on the surface but inside. Heat and pressure build quietly until transformation becomes inevitable. You are that mountain. The eruption isn't destruction, it's release. Or picture the caterpillar, suspended in its cocoon, appearing lifeless while its body dissolves completely. From the outside, it looks like death, but inside, wings are forming. Some have called this a breakdown. But what if it's a breaking open? And here's something most won't tell you. This kind of death doesn't come once. It's layered, it's repeated. Just like Peter, who denied Jesus 3 times before grace shattered his pride and rebuilt his calling. Luke 22:61-62. You too may feel waves of regret, confusion and surrender, but none of it is wasted. Every tear is data heaven uses to redesign your destiny. Remember what Pope John Paul II once said, "Do not abandon yourself to despair. We are the Easter people, and hallelujah is our song." Even in your emptiest moments, resurrection is encoded in your bones. You've been taught to fear the stillness, to run from disorientation, to cling to the illusion of control. But what if tonight, stillness is your sanctuary? And what if your body has become the battlefield of your rebirth? I once met a man named Elias who had been homeless for 7 years. No ID, no plan, just a torn Bible he carried everywhere. One night he said he felt like his organs were screaming silently. He sat under a bridge and told God, "Either kill me or make me new." A stranger approached, prayed with him, and offered a warm meal. 3 years later, Elias runs a shelter for addicts. He says he died that night under the bridge. But what came alive in him has fed thousands since. So if you're feeling disoriented, unanchored, undone, good. That means you're exactly where God wants you. Not to hurt you, but to hollow you out. Because only the empty vessel can be filled. And you were never made to run on the world's electricity. You're solar-powered by eternity. Now the question remains, will you try to resurrect what God has buried? Or will you let the breath of heaven animate the you that's been waiting in silence? I think you've likely noticed it, haven't you? This isn't just a shift in emotion or mood swings that come and go like the weather. This is deeper, it's cellular, it's sacred. Something within your very biology is responding, not just to stress or time, but to divine frequency. This is a spiritual renovation that begins in your bones. Do you ever wonder why your limbs vibrate, or why you suddenly crave silence more than sound? That's not fatigue. That's transformation on a level few understand. Scientists used to believe DNA was a fixed blueprint, unchanging and immune to spiritual influence. But now, even secular research confirms what prophets whispered long ago. DNA is responsive. It listens, it adapts, it responds to vibration, intention, and divine presence. And here's what's most astonishing. Your DNA holds dormant codes, celestial keys, sacred instructions placed there by the breath of God himself, waiting for the exact moment you're living in now. You're not just being called, you're being activated. The prophet Ezekiel stood in a valley of dry bones, lifeless and scattered. Ezekiel 37, 1-10. But when God told him to prophesy, something miraculous occurred. The bones heard, they assembled, they were clothed in flesh. But still they had no life, until the breath of God entered them. That same breath is entering you now. It's reanimating what you thought had died. Are you willing to let it happen, even if it rewrites everything you thought you were? Painter and mystic Hilma af Klint, decades ahead of her time, claimed her art was dictated by higher forces. In a world that ridiculed the unseen, she dared to paint what couldn't yet be proven. Today, science validates many of her geometric visions as energetic fields and spiritual frequencies. Like Hilma, you may feel things others dismiss. But could it be that your sensitivity is not a weakness? It's the signal that your system is becoming attuned to something eternal. You're not going crazy, you're tuning in. That buzzing in your hands, the warmth rising from your chest, the random surges of lightheadedness, they're not symptoms to fear, they're confirmations. Your nervous system is learning to hold divine data. You are becoming a container for God's resonance. But can your current life support that vibration? Or will you have to walk away from the noise, the overstimulation, the people who drain your alignment? I met a violinist once, Micah, who gave up a promising career in a major orchestra because he began hearing tones no one else could. At first he thought it was tinnitus, but over time he realized these sounds came during prayer, during rest, during moments of still presence. He said, "I wasn't just playing notes anymore, I became the instrument." Now he composes soundscapes for healing spaces. His music isn't just heard, it's felt, deep in the marrow. Have you noticed your appetite changing? Your cravings shifting toward cleaner, simpler, more vibrant things? That's not just a diet trend, it's cellular guidance. Your body is shedding the dense, the artificial, the noisy. It's reaching for what sustains your frequency. Even your hydration patterns are shifting. Water doesn't just quench your thirst anymore. It feels like an offering, a ritual, a way of anchoring light into form. In nature, coral reefs adapt to the frequency of the tides. When conditions become too toxic, they either adapt or expel what harms them. You're no different. If you've found yourself avoiding certain people, certain conversations, or even entire environments, trust that. You're not being antisocial. You're being recalibrated. Just like a tuning fork hums only when struck with its matching pitch, your spirit is now vibrating to heaven's note. And this is only the beginning. Something sacred is unraveling in you, and you're not doing it. It's being done to you. You're not forcing change. You're surrendering to something ancient and wise moving through your bloodstream. It's not self-help. It's divine obedience at the cellular level. What feels like chaos in your mind is actually harmony emerging in your soul. Can you feel the conflict inside, the part of you that clings, resisting the very breakthrough it's been praying for? The ego, once your protector, is now your saboteur. It doesn't hate you. It fears becoming irrelevant. It was built to keep you safe, to interpret danger, to perform survival. But what happens when safety no longer serves your soul's expansion? When comfort becomes a cage, that's when the ego panics. And that panic often sounds like your own voice, the doubts, the sudden numbness, the inner monologue that says, "This is ridiculous, you're not changing, you're just tired." Have you heard it lately? Scripture echoes this unraveling. In 2 Corinthians 5:17, Paul writes, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." But the old doesn't vanish quietly. It protests. It clings. Even Jesus in Gethsemane sweat blood before surrendering fully to the will of the Father, Luke 22:44. If he wept in the process of transformation, why should yours be painless? When you begin to observe the ego instead of obeying it, everything shifts. You become the watcher, the witness, the awakened one. This isn't about slaying the ego, it's about disarming it. Imagine you've been letting a scared child drive your life. Would you punish them or gently guide them to the back seat? Awareness is the key, and you've been given the key tonight. Maria Elena, a Catholic spiritual director in Argentina, once described this moment as the sacred trembling. She told her students, "When your identity shakes, rejoice. That means something unshakable is trying to emerge." Her own life was marked by breakdowns she once mistook for failures, but each collapse cleared the space for a new level of calling. Are you willing to let what was safe become irrelevant? There's a man named Devon I once met on a retreat in Colorado, a former branding executive. He looked like success on paper. 6 figures, polished suits, a perfect marriage, but he confessed that for months he would sit in the shower each morning feeling like he was watching someone else live his life. One day, during a tense team meeting, he heard a voice in his spirit say, "You're not this mask, let it die." That night, he quit. Today, Devon lives on a quiet farm, leading men through emotional healing. He says he didn't lose his life, he found it. This isn't depression, it's divine deconstruction. The scaffolding is falling away so the real architecture can rise. That's why your inner voice sounds unfamiliar. It's not gone, it's just being rewritten. And think of this, when a snake begins to shed, it first goes blind. Its old skin clouds its vision before release. The shedding is uncomfortable, even disorienting, but it's the only path to expansion. Likewise, you may feel like your inner compass is broken, but maybe it's just recalibrating. Jesus didn't go to the cross as a hobby. He endured the stripping of identity, the public misunderstanding, the silence of God, not for religion, but for resurrection. So when your nights are sleepless, when conversations feel unbearable, when you look in the mirror and can't recognize who you are anymore, know this: that's the moment before your true name is spoken. Will you cling to the persona or let the presence reveal who you've been all along? If it feels like everything around you is crumbling, trust that instinct. You're not imagining the collapse. But here's the truth. Only the parts of you that were never truly you are falling away. You are not being punished, you are being purified. The relationships that vanish, the job that slips through your fingers, the daily structure that once gave you a false sense of control, these weren't just parts of your life, they were layers of camouflage. And now, heaven is peeling them back to expose something original beneath. What if this isn't sabotage but sacred subtraction? You are being extracted, yes, extracted, from a counterfeit timeline that was never aligned with your calling. And no, you couldn't have done it yourself. The soul rarely volunteers for discomfort. Divine interference had to step in. Isn't it strange how the more you tried to hold it all together, the more things unraveled? The missed call, the sudden silence from a friend, the job offer that never came. What if that wasn't failure, but freedom? In Genesis 19, Lot and his family are told to flee Sodom without looking back. But Lot's wife turned her gaze behind her, and in that single moment, she fossilized into the very past she couldn't release. Genesis 19:26. Why does that matter to you? Because nostalgia can be fatal to destiny. What you're tempted to grieve may actually be what God is trying to delete. Bishop Emmanuel, a Nigerian pastor known for his prophetic accuracy, once shared this: the greatest pain of transition is not what you're moving into, it's what you're commanded to leave behind without closure. That kind of disruption is holy. It doesn't come with explanation, but it always comes with evidence. And the evidence? It's the synchronicities, the inexplicable timing, the divine coincidences that show up just when everything seems random. Have you noticed the patterns? People fading out without warning, plans falling through at the last moment, but leaving behind a strange sense of peace. devices acting strangely, doors closing without force, emails that never send. These aren't glitches, they're signals. Your old reality is folding in on itself like a dying star, so the new light can emerge. I once heard about Sabrina, a tech consultant from Lisbon, who had her dream career mapped out, every step calculated, every promotion timed. But in the span of 6 weeks, her relationship ended, her company merged and let her go. And her apartment lease was terminated unexpectedly. She was devastated until she was offered a short-term gig teaching digital literacy at a refugee center. There, she discovered her real calling, designing apps for non-verbal communication. Everything I lost was scaffolding, she told me. This is what I was born to do. So why does your fear still rise like a tide in the night? Because the nervous system isn't built for leap years of the soul. It clings to patterns, even toxic ones, because they're familiar. But your spirit isn't here for familiarity. It's here for frequency. And when your vibration rises, what doesn't match must collapse. Even nature understands this. Monarch butterflies migrate thousands of miles, but the one who starts the journey isn't the one who finishes it. Entire generations are born mid-flight, never seeing the destination, only following the pull of encoded direction. You may feel like you're in the in-between right now, but what if you're the transitional generation of your lineage, the one called to break the cycle and carry the vision, without ever seeing the final reward? Divine intervention rarely announces itself with trumpets. More often it sounds like silence, like pause, like things falling apart without warning. But what if the deletion of one version of you is the doorway to the emergence of the real you? The question now is not, why is this happening? The real question is, are you brave enough to not interfere with the unraveling? You didn't lose the path. You simply outgrew the road that could no longer carry your weight. This was not failure, it was ascension. But ascension often looks like loss to those still walking in circles. You weren't abandoned, you were elevated. And now, the only thing that can delay what's next is the grip of your own nostalgia. Will you unclench your hands? Can you release the life you begged God to give you so you can receive the life He always had in mind? This is where everything starts to shimmer. Perception itself begins to reformat. You notice shifts, subtle at first, then undeniable. People's words no longer match their energy. Conversations feel hollow. Crowds drain you. Dreams become cinematic, symbolic. And the strange part? You know things you didn't study. You feel things before they happen. You're not imagining this. You are remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. Before Elijah heard the still small voice, he endured the wind, the earthquake, and the fire. 1 Kings 19:11 through 12. None of it was the voice of God until the silence came. The collapse of the familiar always precedes the clarity of the divine. So don't fear the unraveling. The illusions must fall before the truth can stand. Dr. Caroline Myss, a respected medical intuitive, once said, "Your biology is your biography. What your body is now releasing isn't just physical, it's historic, generational. You're not just healing your stress, you're healing patterns coded into your DNA from decades or centuries ago. Can you feel it? The magnetic pull away from ease and into purpose. Everything is being recalibrated. How you sleep, how you speak, how you digest the world around you, literally and spiritually. This isn't fatigue, it's shutdown. Not a malfunction, but a reboot. You may feel tired in a way that even 12 hours of rest won't fix. That's because your nervous system is unhooking from outdated software. Your pineal gland, the seat of divine perception, is waking up. And with that comes a spiritual sensitivity most aren't ready for. But you are. I met Darius, a sound engineer from Montreal, who couldn't explain why he started weeping during sound checks. It was like the music was touching something ancient in me. he said. After months of confusion, he began composing sound frequencies based on angelic harmonics. Today, he performs at spiritual retreats where people say they see visions during his sets. Darius didn't go crazy. He remembered his original assignment. And you? You might find yourself craving sunlight, walking barefoot, drinking more water. That's not coincidence. Light recalibrates the pineal gland. Earth grounds the magnetic chaos. Water carries information to your cells. Your body is doing sacred work in silence. Will you honor that? The rainforest doesn't bloom in chaos. It blooms after the monsoon, after roots have soaked deep enough to withstand the dry season. Likewise, your discomfort isn't destruction, it's depth. You're not floating away, you're sinking roots into truth. This is the part where many shrink back thinking, why is this happening to me? But what if the question is, why did it take so long to get here? You are not hallucinating, you are awakening. This isn't a metaphor, it's not a phase, it's real. What you're experiencing is a complete recalibration of your physical vessel to house more divine light than it ever has before. And light, when it enters, doesn't arrive quietly. It searches, it burns, it exposes. That's why old traumas you thought were long buried are now clawing their way back into your awareness. Not to torment you, but to be finally released. What if the anxiety you feel isn't a step backward, but your nervous system detoxing from years of emotional residue? The body is not just skin and bones, it is memory. It holds what the mind forgets and the heart suppresses. That argument you never processed, that grief you swallowed, that abuse you minimized. Divine intelligence, working from within, is now flushing them out, not just through tears or thoughts, but through sensations, intense dreams, waves of emotion, even strange bodily symptoms. This isn't regression, it's resurrection. In Psalm 34:18, Scripture declares, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." So if your soul feels raw right now, if your inner self feels as exposed as skinless flesh, it's not weakness, it's nearness. God is not watching you from afar. He is pressing in from within. And during this time, you must care for yourself with sacred tenderness. Simplicity is your medicine. Hydration is your lifeline. Stillness is your sanctuary. Nature is your nurse. You're not lazy. You're not withdrawing. You're returning. There is no such thing as partial rebirth. A butterfly does not fly with one wing in the cocoon. To come all the way out, you must first go all the way in. Pope Francis once said, "We must not be afraid of the newness that the Spirit brings." His own spiritual transformation was shaped by suffering. Decades before becoming Pope, he spent years in obscurity after being removed from leadership within his own order. It was during that hidden season, marked by illness and inner silence, that he was stripped of pride, position, and performance. But that wilderness birthed the humility the world now sees. You don't rise by clinging to power. You rise by surrendering it. Right now, your own temple, your body, is undergoing that same stripping. You'll start noticing that people you once craved now feel energetically heavy. Habits that once brought pleasure now create agitation. Roles you proudly wore begin to suffocate. What used to fit now chafes like ill-tailored clothes. That's not your failure. It's the peeling of spiritual skin. You might cry over nothing, or feel sudden rage towards something you usually ignore. You might open your mouth to speak and realize you no longer believe what you're saying. You'll find yourself whispering, "I don't know who I am anymore." But that is not a confession of loss. It's the first honest admission of spiritual emergence. Did you know certain snakes must shed their skin even when there's no external damage, just because they've grown? The old layer becomes too tight, too dry. It must be released so the body beneath can stretch. Likewise, you're shedding, not because something is wrong, but because something bigger is waiting to be revealed. I once heard about Leona, a trauma-informed yoga teacher in Manila. She built her career teaching powerful flows and routines. But one morning, she found herself unable to move. Her limbs refused choreography. For days, she could only sit. At first, she feared burnout. But as she listened to her body's silence, she realized her movement was becoming prayer. She stopped teaching classes and began guiding grief embodiment retreats instead. "I didn't stop loving yoga," she said. "I stopped using it to hide from myself." And you? Maybe you're not losing your life. Maybe you're losing the lie, the polished version, the performance, the survival mask. What if who you are becoming has no reference point in who you've been? What if the discomfort you feel is not breakdown, but birth? That's exactly it. The agony you feel isn't proof that you're dying. It's proof that your camouflage is. What once hid you is being stripped away. The masks you learned to wear, the roles you played to survive, the filters you used to keep others comfortable, all of them are falling. And now, raw and uncovered, your soul is coming into contact with the world for the first time in its true form. Yes, it burns. Yes, it stings. But isn't that what sunlight does to skin that's never seen the day? What if the exposure you're enduring isn't punishment, but prophecy fulfilled? Let it hurt. Let it hollow. Let it heal. Because what is being brought to the surface now, your deepest fears, your rawest insecurities, your buried grief, these are not signs of failure. They are ingredients of divine strength. Once refined, they will become your mantle, your mark, your ministry. Have you ever wondered why your life was never simple? Why you seem to be forged in contradiction while others coasted on ease? It's because you were never built for the shallow end of existence. You were crafted for depth. You were not called to comfort. You were summoned for consecration. You didn't come here to blend in. You came to break illusion. You are not fragile. You are a weapon, sharpened in secret for a holy war only your soul understands. King David didn't slay Goliath because he was strong. He slayed him because he was ready. Before the battlefield, there was the field of sheep. Before the crown, there was the cave. And before he led armies, he survived spears thrown by those he once served. 1 Samuel 16-24. If your life feels more like hiding than rising, more like fire than favor, remember, that's where kings and queens are born. During an interview, Viola Davis, Oscar-winning actress and advocate, once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is being who you are, but becoming who you are is not polite work. It is painful, holy labor." She shared how for years she internalized shame, being told she was too dark, too loud, too much. But through each breakdown came a sharper edge, and eventually an unshakable voice. That same voice now breaks systems wide open. And tonight, your own voice is being reforged in the fire. I remember hearing about Malik, a silent sculptor from Tunisia who never spoke during exhibitions. People thought he was arrogant. In truth, he was healing from a decade-long trauma that stole his words. One night, while sculpting a figure of a warrior mid-break, he began to sob uncontrollably. The next morning, he added a crack down the statue's chest and titled it, "Where the Sword Got In." He said, "It wasn't the break that ruined me. It was the first time I could finally feel it." That piece now sits in the Tunis Museum of Soul Art. You're in that same forge. This breaking, these sleepless nights, the restlessness, the tears you don't know how to explain, it isn't cruelty, it's construction. Like iron in fire, you are being tempered, bent, shaped, refined. Not to destroy you, but to make you unshakable. Even the earth understands this. Diamonds are formed not in softness, but under pressure and time, hidden within darkness no eye can see. Their brilliance is born in silence. You too are being shaped beneath the surface. And when the light hits you fully, it won't reveal cracks. It will reveal clarity. So when people say, relax, calm down, go back to normal, smile gently, because they don't know you were never meant for normal. Your soul won't let you settle. You hear the summons, you feel the pull. You know that something greater is calling. And that call, it's not coming from outside of you. It's coming from what was buried and is now rising. God is not breaking you to destroy you. He is breaking you open, because what's inside you was never meant to remain hidden. It carries answers for nations, blueprints for future generations, frequencies encoded to awaken timelines and resurrect destinies long buried. This isn't just your personal healing. This is the unveiling of a chosen one whose light was calibrated for cosmic shift. You are not just enduring this fire, you're becoming the flame. Look around. Everything familiar is trembling. Systems that once governed thought, power, and identity are crumbling before your eyes. But this is not a global collapse. This is heaven's reboot. Humanity is shedding its outdated skin. And like all true upgrades, the new structure requires an entirely different kind of architecture, one that cannot be programmed with fear, control, or illusion. That architecture is you. Why do you think the world always felt too small for you? Why did shallow conversations exhaust you while silence often nourished you? Why have you always sensed something ancient rising beneath your skin when others just kept scrolling? It's because you were designed for the after. You were coded for the what comes next. And you were sent ahead of schedule, not to fit in, but to hold the line until others awaken. Even Jesus said, "New wine must be poured into new wineskins." Luke 5:38. You are that new wineskin. Your life had to rupture so it could hold a different kind of glory. Cardinal Tagle of the Philippines, in a synod shaking centuries of tradition, said, "The church must move not with fear, but with fire." But that kind of fire doesn't appear in cathedrals. It starts in caves. His transformation came in retreat, in obscurity, in prayer that burned away his ego. What gave him courage wasn't power. It was purification. And what about you? Could it be that your confusion is not chaos, but calibration? Could the ideas flooding your mind be downloads, not delusions? Could the aches in your spine be alignment, not illness? I once heard about Elira, a coder from Berlin who blacked out during stress. When she came to, she would find pages of code written in her notebook, sequences she had no memory of learning. Months later, those lines became a healing algorithm for trauma. "Maybe I was remembering what hadn't happened yet," she said. "What if that's what you're doing right now?" And consider this. Deep beneath the forest floor, the mycelium network connects every tree, silently passing information, sending nutrients to the sick, warning of danger before the eye can see. You are that network. Your silence is not inactivity. It is sacred intelligence flowing unseen. Could your presence alone be healing spaces without speaking a word? The world you were born into, it's gone. And the world you came to lead, it's here, not tomorrow. Now you were not crazy, you were coded. So rise, not with noise, but with knowing, not with ego, but with embodiment, not waiting to be chosen, but walking as the one who already was. There comes a sacred point in every chosen one's path when the cost is no longer comfort, but identity. It's the moment when God calls for everything, not just your performance, not just your good intentions, but your story, your certainty, your name. And now that moment has found you. You're not just living through a difficult time. You're standing in a living ritual. And in this ceremony, you are not just the one offering the sacrifice. You are the sacrifice. You are the flame. You are the altar. Does it feel like your drive has disappeared? That your desires are hollowing out, and the voice that once pushed you forward has gone quiet? That's not failure. That's fire. And this fire is holy. This isn't a metaphor. This isn't spiritual poetry. Your soul agreed to this before your body was ever formed. Long before your first cry, you said yes to this furnace. Why? Because heaven knew what would be required to birth the next era. Do you think it's strange that the things you once chased now repel you? That the version of yourself you built feels like borrowed clothes? It's because the altar is calling, and no resurrection can begin until something is laid down in full. Abraham knew this. He climbed Mount Moriah not to gain, but to give, his beloved son, his promise, his very legacy, Genesis 22. But in the moment of obedience, when the knife was raised, heaven interrupted. Not to stop the sacrifice, but to confirm it. Have you reached that place yet? Where your hands are open, and your heart asks, God, is there anything left to give? Pope Benedict XVI once wrote, "The world offers you comfort, but you were not made for comfort. You were made for greatness. That greatness does not rise from applause. It rises from ashes." His own resignation, unprecedented for a pope, was not a retreat from power, but an offering, a letting go. And in that surrender, history shifted. And what about you? Can you trust that what's being stripped is sacred? That the emptiness you feel is not abandonment, but preparation? That you're not being erased, but resurrected? I once heard of a young woman named Hana, a composer from Prague. She lost her ability to play piano after a traumatic accident. For months, she grieved her hands. One night, she dreamed of music, not to be played, but spoken. She woke up writing verses, melodies translated into words. She now performs spoken symphonies across Europe, turning silence into sound. "I didn't lose my gift," she said. "I became the instrument." Even the forest knows this truth. After a wildfire, certain seeds only germinate in ash. Without destruction, they would sleep forever. Could the same be true for your calling? Could it be that the devastation you fear is the only soil strong enough to break open your destiny? So yes, you may feel like you're losing yourself. But look again. There's a calm beneath the storm, a clarity hidden under the ache. What feels like death is really unmasking. The ritual isn't ending you, it's revealing you. And who you truly are? Powerful, radiant, unstoppable. A resurrection wearing your name. If your body has started to feel like an unfamiliar place, heavy one day, electric the next, don't panic. That isn't malfunction, that's metamorphosis. Your cells are not just restoring, they're releasing. The very frequency that shaped your old reality is being dismantled in your flesh. This isn't just emotional detox, it's physiological resurrection. Even your gut microbiome is responding to the new code. You're not just healing, you're being rebuilt. Can you feel it? That vertigo when you wake up, the sudden craving for water, the way time bends during certain moments, like the clocks are lying. It's because your physical body is catching up to your multidimensional being. You're no longer confined to linear time or static identity. You're aligning with who you already are in other realms. And that integration isn't always gentle. Jesus said, "You cannot pour new wine into old wineskins." Luke 5:37. That principle isn't just theological, it's anatomical. Your organs, tissues, even your bone marrow must adapt to house the spirit that now resides within you. And yes, that adaptation may feel like imbalance, like confusion. But what if the discomfort is actually evidence of arrival? Saint Teresa of Avila, mystic and reformer, once wrote, "It is foolish to think that we will enter heaven without entering into ourselves." She believed the body was not an obstacle, but a sacred cathedral, one that God Himself would inhabit, cleanse, and fill with glory. Her mystical visions were often accompanied by physical symptoms, fever, nausea, shaking. But she did not call it sickness. She called it union. Could that be what's happening to you now? A man named Ezra, a former software engineer in Cape Town, began waking every night at 3:33 a.m. with no explanation. Eventually, he started sketching fractal diagrams he had never studied. Within months, those sketches became the framework for a new quantum healing interface. "I think I was dreaming future memory," he said. "Not what happened, but what was encoded." His body had to break rhythm so his soul could come online. And perhaps your rhythm is breaking too. The friendships that dissolve, the jobs that no longer want you, the routines that feel like cages. You might call it loss, but what if it's divine severance? The cutting away of everything heavy, so you can ascend without being tethered? Have you noticed how what once fed you now drains you? How your cravings change, not just in food, but in conversation, in energy, in atmosphere? That's not you being picky. That's you being purified. You've spent years adapting to the known, but the soul doesn't evolve in comfort. It evolves in clarity. And clarity never comes until after you let go. The octopus, when preparing for transformation, will sever its own limbs if necessary. It doesn't see that loss as death. It sees it as design. Could the pain you feel now be your own wisdom choosing flight over familiarity? You're not becoming better. You're becoming boundless. So when the grief rushes in like betrayal, when the confusion whispers that you're breaking, breathe, let it pass through, and then listen, because beneath that noise your body is speaking. Like sacred technology, it is recalibrating, teaching you what to eat, how to move, what to speak, what to feel. Will you listen? Will you honor your form as holy? You're not malfunctioning. You're becoming electric. There will be mornings when you wake up feeling disconnected, like you've lost your coordinates. Where am I? Who am I? Why does the air feel thinner, the silence heavier? That isn't confusion. That's calibration. What you're sensing is the departure of what no longer belongs. Emptiness isn't absence, it's space. It's room for the new. And the ache you feel isn't punishment, it's purification. Will you beg the old to stay, or will you bless its departure? Let it sting. Let the detachment strip you bare. Let it feel like loss before it reveals itself as liberation. Because you're not being punished, you're being positioned. And no soul rises while tethered to a past God has already untied. You can't fly if your loyalty is to who you used to be. Do you think ascension is about going higher? Not at all. Ascension is about going inward, deeper, truer, more unshakable. Even the prophet Isaiah had to be undone before he could be sent. When he saw the throne of God, he didn't rejoice. He cried out, "Woe is me, I am ruined." Isaiah 6:5. Only then did the angel cleanse his lips. Only then did the call come, "Whom shall I send?" Transformation always begins with disorientation. Do you see now why your clarity had to collapse first? Dr. Gabor Mate, physician and trauma expert, once said, "The attempt to escape pain is what creates chronic suffering." That resonates deeply here. You're not here to escape. You're here to integrate, to allow discomfort to be your teacher, not your enemy. What if your sensitivity is sacred? What if your agitation is the soul alerting your body that its environment no longer fits? I once heard about Nadia, a retreat facilitator in Portugal. For years, she built her practice around positivity, performance, and productivity. But then, silence. She began waking up with no motivation to speak, no energy to teach. She thought she was burned out, but in her solitude, she began to hear trees. Not literally, but energetically. She rebuilt her work from stillness, guiding others into energetic detox. Her clients say they don't just feel better, they feel remembered. She says, "I stopped performing clarity and started living it." And perhaps that's what's happening in you now. The collapse you feel isn't your life falling apart. It's your illusions disintegrating. False urgency, false identity, false belonging. And yes, it might feel like anxiety, but is it really fear? Or is it the sensation of stepping out of a cage you didn't know you were in? Have you noticed how your nervous system no longer tolerates the noise? That what once felt entertaining now feels insufferable? That small talk tastes like ash? That your body craves solitude like oxygen? That's not isolation, that's incubation. Your system is learning to operate across layers: physical, spiritual, emotional, quantum. And that evolution demands quiet. Even in nature, dragonflies begin their lives underwater. They emerge from the waterline once they're strong enough to fly, but only after molting their old skin. They do not force the shift. They rise by design. Could your strange stillness be that same signal that it's time to emerge? Soon you'll stabilize. You'll walk between realms. You'll navigate boardrooms and bus stops with otherworldly presence. You'll speak into confusion and calm it. You'll walk into rooms and raise the frequency, not because you're performing, but because you've become a tuning fork for truth. This isn't ego. This is resonance. This is what it means to embody your assignment. You're not being taken from the world. You're being reintroduced to it with the sound of resurrection in your lungs. You're not escaping life. You're re-entering it as a carrier of heaven. On the outside, you still look like you, but something has shifted so deeply inside, even your reflection feels hesitant, like it's waiting for you to fully become. People can sense it, though they won't know how to name it. They'll pause mid-sentence, drawn by your presence. Some will say, "You've changed," while others may not say anything at all, but they'll feel it. What they won't understand is that you didn't simply wake up different. You died last night. The death of pretending, the burial of compromise, the silent vanishing of who you used to be. Lot's wife turned back and froze in place. You didn't. You moved forward, into fire, into uncertainty, into silence. But something sacred came with you. Now you walk with that stillness, that weight, that holiness, and the atmosphere responds. At first you may ache, not from pain, but from unfamiliarity. You'll reach for old habits out of reflex, only to find they don't fit anymore. There may be moments where the quiet scares you, because you were once sustained by noise. But little by little, the clutter dissolves. Your thoughts become cleaner, your emotions steadier, your soul clearer. Before King David ever sat on a throne, he was hunted, humiliated, and hidden. His destiny didn't arrive as a reward, it arrived as a consequence of surrender, and still God called him a man after my own heart. Acts 13:22. You might be in your wilderness right now, wondering if anyone sees you, but heaven does. It sees you as chosen, not because you are perfect, but because you endured the pressing. To be chosen doesn't mean you were spared. It means you were trusted to walk through what others would collapse under. God didn't pick you for popularity. He picked you for purpose. And that purpose requires refinement. Robert Cardinal Sarah, former prefect of the Congregation for Divine Worship, once reflected, "Silence is more powerful than any human voice because it is the presence of God Himself." His journey through decades of hardship in Guinea, persecution, and eventually leadership in the Vatican was not paved with comfort, but with deep, unwavering obedience. When he speaks today, people don't just listen to his words. They listen to the authority earned through surrender. Aurelia was found lying on a hotel floor just 3 months ago, her phone buzzing with unanswered calls. No one knew she was burning out, not even her. She had been everything for everyone, a nurse, a mother, a fixer. But that night, in the stillness between breakdown and breakthrough, she heard it. One line from God: "You're not broken, you're being broken open." Today she leads weekly gatherings for women who never learned how to rest. She doesn't teach from a platform, she speaks from a scar, and the power in her voice. It came from that floor. Imagine the way glaciers shift, not suddenly, but with unstoppable pressure. For years, nothing seems to move. Then, one morning, the entire landscape changes. That's how it feels right now, isn't it? Like something immovable inside you just cracked, and now your life flows differently. You're no longer easy to define. Some people won't know how to hold space for the new you. Let them go. They were attached to your former frequency. Others will appear in silence, drawn not to your story, but to your substance. They'll stay, not because you convince them, but because you carry something ancient, something eternal. They won't need to understand the fire. They'll just want to be near the glow. Let the shift speak for itself. You don't need to explain this resurrection. It's already visible. The proof is in your peace. The story didn't begin with survival. It began with surrender. And from that surrender, something immortal rose. You've walked through flames that should have destroyed you, and yet here you are, scarred maybe, but not silent, shattered perhaps, but still summoned. What do you call that? Coincidence or proof? Because that kind of survival isn't random, it's revelation. You've been bruised by betrayal, worn down by disappointment, haunted by moments where your voice trembled, but you're still listening. That alone is sacred. You weren't built to simply endure. Your soul was architected to become a living weapon of truth, not weaponized by vengeance, but forged by fire. And that fire has finally awakened. Can you feel it? The weight in your voice, the shift in your presence. You no longer speak to be heard. You speak and things move. You no longer walk to arrive. You walk and timelines bend. What does that mean for the world around you? It means this: you've crossed a line you can't uncross. You're no longer just a person. You've become an instrument, a vessel, a spark, not because you willed it, but because heaven marked it. Scripture tells us in Jeremiah 23:29, "Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces?" That's you now, carrying the word not only in your lips, but in your cells. And what remains after all this burning? A being that cannot be seduced by power, corrupted by flattery, or silenced by fear. What rises now is a warrior, not armored in ego, but wrapped in resurrection. God's flame breathes through your lungs. His clarity roars through your instincts. You weren't sent to spectate change. You were assigned to be it. During a panel on spiritual resistance, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the South African Nobel Peace Prize winner, once said, "Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all the darkness." His voice carried decades of injustice, yet his presence emanated peace. He didn't shout his way into transformation. He burned quietly and fiercely, and the world felt it. Janelle didn't look like someone chosen. 4 months ago, she was scrubbing office floors past midnight to pay rent, but something was pressing on her chest, a presence she couldn't name. She thought she was having panic attacks. Then, one night, she collapsed, not from weakness, but surrender. Through her tears, she heard God say, "You're not having a breakdown. You're being rebuilt." Today, she leads healing circles for women who've lived too long in survival mode. She still works night shifts, but now miracles follow her. And if you're wondering whether this experience is just in your head, know this: awakening doesn't begin with ideas. It begins in your nervous system, that holy trembling, that surge in your chest. It's not anxiety, it's arrival. The prophet Elijah knew this intimately. After calling down fire from heaven, he fled into the wilderness, depleted, alone, trembling under a tree, asking God to take his life. But God didn't answer with thunder. He answered with a whisper. And in that stillness, Elijah was recalibrated, not just reassured. He came down from that mountain with new clarity and anointed kings. He became heaven's shift on earth. Isn't that what's happening to you? Your spine, your heart, your breath, they're not malfunctioning. They're tuning to eternity. Picture lightning splitting a mountaintop in silence. That voltage, the instant everything is illuminated, is what your spirit feels when divine instruction floods your body. You weren't designed to play numb. You were designed to feel with holy precision. That's why you sense things before others do. That's why you ache in places others dismiss. That's why you've been set apart. So when the fire rises again, don't run. Let it surge. Let it refine. Chosen ones don't just survive transformation. They become it. And when you become it, when the fire no longer scorches but settles, you'll start noticing things that don't make sense to the logical mind. Like trembling for no reason, crying in the silence, waking at 3 a.m. with your heart thudding like a summons. These aren't symptoms of dysfunction. They're signals of divine calibration. Your nervous system isn't panicking. It's being upgraded. Heaven is pouring voltage into your vessel, but the wiring of your body still remembers trauma, fear, limitation. And when the eternal touches the earthly, your body reacts. It shakes, it burns, it weeps. What you once called anxiety might actually be revelation. But can you stay present long enough to discern the difference? Paul described it this way: we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us. 2 Corinthians 4:7. That treasure is alive in you now. The jar may tremble, but it does not break. And every pulse of holy fire is not destroying you, it's expanding you. Why then does food taste strange lately? Why do the shows you used to love feel noisy? Why does even the thought of ambition stir nothing but quiet indifference? That's not disinterest, that's spiritual detox. You're losing your appetite for anything that doesn't resonate with truth. And your body, yes, your physical body, is the first to know. Dr. Caroline Leaf, a respected neuroscientist and Christian author, teaches that the mind rewires the brain and the brain instructs the body. She spent decades proving what the word already revealed. The renewing of the mind is not just a metaphor, it's biological transformation. You're not just thinking differently, you're becoming different. Keon didn't look like a prophet. He was a night shift security guard who hadn't been to church in years. But one evening, as he walked his usual rounds in an empty parking structure, a wave of divine pressure hit him like a flood. His knees buckled, not in fear but in awe. Later he said, "It felt like something ancient was trying to land in my chest, and my body didn't know how to hold it." That moment marked the beginning of a quiet awakening. No pulpit, no crowd, just a man, a flaw, and the holy weight of becoming. And if you're wondering why these physical sensations feel so intense, there's a reason. Your body remembers both trauma and transcendence. The racing heart, the shaking limbs, the tears you can't explain. These are not malfunctions. They are signs of encounter. When heaven enters earth, earth trembles. And you, chosen one, are earth and heaven intertwined. Consider the ocean before a storm. The air changes. The tension builds. The waters shift with anticipation. That's what's happening inside you. It's not chaos, it's atmosphere. You're sensing what hasn't yet arrived, but already knows your name. So what do you do with this? You train your vessel to hold the holy. Breathwork, grounding, cold rinses, hydration, gentle movement, anything that teaches your nervous system, this is not danger, it's destiny. Your power is not in how much energy you can summon, it's in how much presence you can hold when divine energy floods your form. Maturity is measured not by how loud you burn, but by how steadily you carry the flame. If you can hold it without flinching, without fleeing, you won't just awaken, you'll become a transmitter, a living altar, a walking atmosphere of peace in a world addicted to chaos. And maybe, just maybe, that's why you've been feeling different. You've been feeling different for a reason, and it goes deeper than emotion. What's shifting inside you isn't sorrow, it's sacred reprogramming. This isn't depression, it's desire being purified, realigned, transformed. What looks like sadness from the outside is, on the inside, your soul rewriting the code of your cravings. This isn't a breakdown, it's a realignment. Your soul is overwriting the ego's old script, one craving at a time. Where you once reached for stimulation, now you reach for silence. Where you used to crave recognition, now you crave meaning. You've stopped asking, "What do I want?" and started asking, "What serves my truth?" But let's be honest, it's disorienting. At times it feels like numbness, like boredom. You wonder, why doesn't anything excite me anymore? But this emptiness isn't a void. It's a void clearing. Your nervous system, your reward circuits, even your brain's dopamine centers, they're all adjusting to something higher than gratification, spiritual fulfillment. Paul wrote in Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." That's exactly what's happening. The old ways no longer satisfy because your mind, and more deeply your soul, is being renewed. What used to spark you now drains you. And that's not failure. That's formation. Simone Weil, the French philosopher and mystic, once said, "The danger is not that the soul should doubt whether there is any bread, but that by a lie it should persuade itself that it is not hungry." But you're hungry. Not for noise, not for more, but for what is sacred. The appetite is still there. It's just being refined. I once heard about a woman named Aliyah. She used to be a nightlife promoter, living in constant motion, city lights, endless noise, validation on speed dial. But something broke open inside her after her father's quiet passing. She stopped going out, started waking up before sunrise. One morning, she found herself painting for the first time since childhood, crying barefoot on the balcony. "I didn't lose my passion," she said. "I just stopped chasing what numbed me." Today she runs art retreats in silence. Her joy didn't disappear, it just changed frequency. Even nature confirms this. When a volcano goes dormant, the surface looks calm. But beneath it, the pressure builds, the lava shifts, the magma purifies. You're not emotionally dead. You're volcanically alive, waiting for the eruption of something holy. Can you feel it stirring underneath? This is the time to be intentional, to remove what dulls the signal. Alcohol, junk food, endless scrolling, meaningless noise. These things don't make you evil. They just delay your emergence. Your reward system is being rebuilt, not for punishment, but precision. From now on, let your soul find joy in what nourishes: nature, stillness, meaningful art, deep prayer, sacred conversations. You're not losing desire, you're rediscovering it. The counterfeit longings are falling away because something real is being born. This is not the death of passion, it's the birth of holy longing. Elijah, after the mountaintop and the fire, entered a long cave season, alone, tired, disconnected. But in that stillness, he heard the whisper of God, not in wind, not in earthquake, not in fire, but in the thin silence. 1 Kings 19. That silence reawakened his calling, and it will reawaken yours. So don't be afraid of wanting. Don't be afraid of the quiet. You're not empty. You're clearing. And when that sacred alignment completes, when your soul, body, and desires finally sync, you won't have to chase purpose anymore. You'll become it. You've been aligning on the surface, but now the invitation is deeper. Because ascension isn't just about going higher, it's about going inward. You're not merely being lifted, you're being propelled. And everything that hasn't been healed is coming with you. Have you noticed it? The emotional flashbacks, the irrational tears, the dreams that feel more like memories. What if none of that is accidental? This isn't regression, it's soul-level therapy. God isn't trying to expose you, to shame you. He's bringing to the surface what's been buried, because what's hidden holds power. Those old wounds, they're not intrusions. They're invitations. Jealousy, guilt, shame. They're not flaws. They're messengers. Your shadow is not your enemy. It's the wounded guardian of your gifts. David knew this intimately. In Psalm 139 he wrote, "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts." David didn't just fight external battles. He faced the torment of inner contradiction, lust, betrayal, guilt, grief. And yet, his willingness to be searched, to be seen even in his shadows, is why God called him a man after my own heart. So why do you feel like everything unresolved is screaming now? Why are you remembering moments you haven't thought of in years? Because your unconscious is opening the door, and behind it is a younger version of you, still waiting to be witnessed, still asking, "Can you love me now?" Not fix me, not perform, just stay with me while I heal. Caroline Myss, spiritual teacher and medical intuitive, once said, "You cannot have healing without truth. You cannot have transformation without bringing light to your shadow. The truth is, wholeness demands honesty. And real honesty means standing in front of your inner wounds without flinching." I once heard about a man named Terrell. For decades he carried rage like armor. He built businesses, dominated rooms, looked powerful, but deep inside he felt hollow. One night, after losing a contract and a relationship in the same week, he sat alone in his car for hours. He didn't pray, he didn't scream, he just whispered to himself, "I don't want to be angry anymore." That sentence unraveled him. He started journaling, shaking during every entry. Today, he mentors teenage boys who remind him of the kid he once was, wounded, unheard, powerful, and waiting. If you've been feeling fragmented, this is your moment of reintegration. The goal isn't perfection, it's presence. Start here. Create a safe space for your shadow. Light a candle, breathe deeply, journal without censorship. Speak aloud to your younger self. Where are you hurting? What did you need that you never received? And then wait. Hold that version of you with the gentleness you'd give a traumatized child. Because shadow work isn't self-destruction, it's soul reclamation. This is where real power is born. The parts you once rejected become your inheritance. Rage transforms into unshakable leadership. Fear sharpens into divine discernment. Shame softens into radical empathy. What if the emotions you've tried to exile were actually assignments? Think of lava beneath the Earth's crust. For years it flows unseen, hot, alive, dangerous. But when it surfaces, it doesn't just destroy, it creates. Islands are formed, landmasses shift, ecosystems are born from eruption. What if your eruption isn't breaking you, but building new terrain inside you? This is integration. This is sovereignty. You're no longer leaking energy through resistance. You're walking whole, and wholeness. That's where God's glory rests. So now that you've reclaimed your shadows and begun walking in sovereignty, the world around you has started to shift in strange, almost cinematic ways. Have you noticed? The same number appearing again and again. The exact phrase you were just thinking being spoken by a stranger. A song playing in perfect timing as if someone scripted your morning. These aren't cute coincidences. They are confirmations, calibrated signals from the divine matrix. You're not going crazy, you're going connected. This is what it means to live in alignment. When your inner frequency becomes clear, the universe begins mirroring it with symbolic precision. But here's what many miss. You're not just receiving synchronicities, you're generating them. Every thought, every surrender, every moment of clarity sends a wave into the field. And that field, like water, ripples back. It's not magic, it's spiritual physics. Jesus said in Luke 17:21, "The kingdom of God is within you." That kingdom isn't a place, it's a frequency. And once you begin vibrating in that realm, life stops being random. Everything becomes coded with meaning. This is how the prophets lived. Samuel didn't hear random voices in the dark. He heard calibrated communication from heaven because his heart was attuned. Moses didn't stumble upon a burning bush. He had already been prepared in the wilderness for 40 years to recognize when the earth was speaking. The miraculous wasn't outside of them, it was flowing through them. Dr. Joe Dispenza, a neuroscientist and spiritual teacher, once said, "You are not a linear being living a linear life. You are a multi-dimensional creator, collapsing time with intention." His research confirms what scripture and mystics have always known. Your inner state sets the template for your outer reality. A young man named Luca once told his story in a workshop. He had just ended a toxic relationship and was sitting at a cafe journaling his pain. Suddenly, the woman at the next table, without ever having spoken to him, turned and said, "Forgiveness isn't weakness, it's release." She had no idea what he was writing, but he knew. That moment unlocked him. He still carries that sentence in his wallet, not because it was from her, but because it was from heaven. So what does this mean for you? It means the universe isn't distant, it's responsive. It means reality is becoming a dialogue. At first, it may feel like you're hallucinating meaning, but keep tracking. Start a synchronicity journal. Every time something strange happens, write it down. What were you just thinking? Who did you just forgive? What were you resisting or opening to? Patterns will begin to emerge. They're not random, they're roadmaps. As your spiritual system activates, your pineal gland, your heart field, your gut brain, your very DNA, you may begin to sense things before they happen. You may get intuitive hunches or feel body shivers at a moment of truth. That's not imagination. That's your ancient hardware coming back online. Think of migrating birds. Without maps, without language, they find their way across continents, not because of chance, but because of embedded design. You too carry sacred direction. It was never lost, just dormant, until now. You are becoming a transmitter, subtle but unmistakable, and the more congruent you are inside, the more precise the world becomes around you. It stops being about force, it starts becoming about flow. You no longer chase signs, you become one. You've stopped chasing signs because now you are one. But that kind of clarity comes at a cost. It requires discipline, not the rigid kind, but sacred focus. Less noise, more presence. Because your inner technology, this divine instrument within you, can't operate when it's jammed with doubt, comparison, or distraction. And haven't you felt that lately? Like a frequency is trying to come through, but the signal keeps glitching. This isn't failure. It's feedback. When your body becomes your interface with the unseen, everything matters. What you consume, what you think, who you listen to, where you place your attention. Your soul is trying to get clearer, but your habits may still be coded for clutter. So how do you sharpen the signal? Start mapping your body's technology. Where does your yes live? Your gut, your chest, your spine? When does intuition strike? Right before sleep, during stillness, after letting go? What if your body is speaking, not in words, but in sensations? Paul writes in 1 Corinthians 6:19, "Do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit who is in you? You are not just hosting the divine, you're built as a living interface. Your pineal gland, the seat of vision, needs both silence and sunlight. Your gut, the intuitive brain, needs nourishment, not noise. Your heart, where spirit and soul embrace, needs forgiveness, like lungs need air. These aren't spiritual extras. They're required maintenance." Dr. Deepak Chopra, a renowned physician and spiritual author, once said, "The body is not a thing, it is a process in awareness." He taught that the body, when aligned with spirit, becomes a gateway to higher perception. That's what you're activating now, not escape. Embodiment. I once met a woman named Naima who worked in forensic science. She was all logic, data, hard edges, but after a sudden spiritual awakening, she began experiencing intense dreams and body jolts during prayer. At first, she dismissed it as stress, but over time she noticed these signals always preceded breakthrough, new insight, forgiveness, reconciliation. "It's like my body knew before I did," she said. That realization changed her career path. Today, she teaches trauma-informed meditation to police departments. Her science didn't disappear, it deepened. And maybe that's where you are, confused by the fog, wondering, why is my mind so noisy? Why do I feel unmotivated? Why does clarity keep slipping through my fingers? Because the software is changing. Your soul is updating your operating system, and the old loops, based on fear, scarcity, performance, are being deleted. You were programmed to survive, to anticipate threat, to please and perform. But survival programming cannot carry you into divine embodiment. Your next chapter isn't about managing chaos. It's about becoming the peace that chaos cannot penetrate. So when the crash happens, when your thoughts feel contradictory, or your goals vanish like mist, don't panic. That's not malfunction. That's divine deletion. Your old identity is being uninstalled. And the space you're feeling? That's where destiny will download next. Think of tectonic plates shifting beneath the surface. They move slowly, invisibly, but when they do, entire continents rearrange. That shaking inside you, that quiet chaos, it's not collapse. It's holy movement. You're not breaking. You're becoming restructured. And you won't need to force clarity anymore. When your internal system is ready, the next code will arrive, effortlessly, seamlessly, powerfully. All you have to do now is stay open, stay grounded, and let the new install finish. Once the new system installs, it's not enough to feel different. You must live different. Because integration is not passive, it's intentional. Each day becomes a new calibration, each thought a tuning fork. That's how reprogramming works. Not all at once, but moment by moment, belief by belief. So start here. Each morning, before reaching for your phone or the noise of the world, ask, what do I believe today that matches my highest self? Don't look for something fluffy, find something solid. Then act on it, even in the smallest way. You don't need to move mountains. You just need to shift a grain of sand in the right direction. The Apostle Paul wrote in Romans 12:2, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." That word renewing wasn't a one-time event. It was a rhythm, a discipline, because transformation isn't a moment. It's a lifestyle. Dr. Bruce Lipton, a cell biologist and pioneer in epigenetics, once said, "Your beliefs become your biology. What you say inwardly becomes instructions to your nervous system." So when you replace "I'm not ready" with "I'm already becoming," you're not lying to yourself. You're lighting a neural path where your soul can land. I once met a woman named Caris who had a fear of public speaking so intense that she'd tremble even reading aloud. But one morning, instead of repeating her usual mantra of, "I can't," she whispered, "I'm already learning how to lead." She didn't sign up for a stage that day. She simply volunteered to read the announcements at her local shelter. That moment rewired her. Within 2 years, she was giving keynotes on trauma healing. She didn't fake her confidence. She rebuilt her inner language, one aligned thought at a time. And as your thoughts align with your embodiment, something remarkable begins to happen. People feel you before you speak. Have you noticed it? Strangers holding eye contact longer than usual. Children staring at you like they recognize something ancient. Animals moving toward you without fear, or others pulling away, unable to explain why. That's not charisma. That's field activation. Science now confirms what mystics have long known. Your heart and nervous system generate measurable electromagnetic fields. And as you align more fully, your aura, once reactive, becomes magnetic. commanding, sovereign. So, what do you do with that kind of energy? You steward it. You cleanse it. Not out of fear, but out of reverence. Begin treating your energy field like a sacred temple. Take salt baths. Ground your feet in the earth. Speak intention over your body. Inhale light. Exhale static. Say aloud, I call back all parts of my energy. I release all cords not aligned with my highest path. It doesn't need to be dramatic. It just needs to be conscious. Jesus demonstrated this aura-based authority. In Luke 8, a woman reached for the hem of his garment and was instantly healed. Not because he said anything, but because power had already gone out from him. Who touched me? He asked. Not out of curiosity, but out of awareness. He knew his field had shifted reality. That's you now. Your energy is beginning to do more than your words. Have you wondered why some rooms feel heavier after you walk in? Or why conversations shift without you saying a word? That's not your imagination. That's resonance. That's spiritual maturity. That's sacred atmosphere. Even in nature, magnetic storms affect birds' migration, whales' navigation, and even the growth of plants. Your field, when clean, calm, and charged, becomes its own kind of weather system. You no longer push to influence. You simply carry frequency. That's the mark of the embodied soul. Eventually, your presence will begin shifting others, not because you're trying, but because you've become the kind of presence heaven trusts to carry weight. So now, you're walking into rooms, carrying an atmosphere. Your energy speaks before your words. But what happens when everything around you begins to fall apart? What happens when even that sacred frequency seems to vanish into confusion? Don't panic. Don't resist. Because when your world feels like it's disintegrating, that's not failure. It's formation. The spiritual path doesn't begin with clarity. It begins with collapse. And collapse, though painful, is holy. It's not destruction for the sake of suffering. It's soul-level reorganization. Can you feel it? The pull to let go of what once defined you? The job loss, the breakup, the burnout, the disillusionment. These aren't random attacks. They're divine dismantlings. What if the life you built wasn't falling apart, but simply too small for who you're becoming? Scripture echoes this truth in John 12:24. Unless a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it produces much fruit. The death of the seed is the beginning of the harvest. And right now, your seed is splitting. It's not the end. It's the activation. In the story of Gideon, God intentionally reduced his army from 32,000 to 300, not to weaken him, but to purify the mission. The collapse wasn't sabotage, it was strategy. Could that be what's happening to you? So instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Ask, what truth is trying to emerge through this collapse? Journal it. Sit with it. Cry over what's gone if you must. But don't try to rebuild what heaven is tearing down. The foundation was never meant to last. That structure was just scaffolding. Author and trauma expert Gabor Mate once said, "The loss of illusions is not the loss of hope. It's the beginning of healing. You're not being stripped to leave you empty. You're being cleared to make room for truth." I once met a man named Chris who had built a successful media agency by 35. He had employees, money, respect. But one morning, while standing in the elevator of his pristine office, he felt a rush of nausea. Not physical, but spiritual. "This isn't it," something whispered. Within 6 months, everything he clung to unraveled. It looked like failure, but now he runs a non-profit equipping artists in war zones. The loss wasn't a curse. It was a course correction. Nature teaches this too. After a wildfire, the forest looks dead, but beneath the ash, certain seeds begin to sprout. Seeds that only germinate after intense heat. There are parts of you that can only awaken through fire. So, What if this burning is sacred? If you're feeling restless, stuck, unsatisfied, good. That's your soul cracking through the ego's definition of success. Have you heard it? That quiet voice inside saying, "There's more. This isn't it. I'm not home yet." Don't run from that voice. It's not confusion, it's calling. Your mission was written into your bones before you ever had a name. But it doesn't arrive with a title or a salary. It arrives as a pull, a sense, a divine discontent you can't explain. So ask yourself now, where in my life am I performing instead of aligning? What have I outgrown but still refuse to release? Why does this path feel heavy when it used to feel alive? These questions are not interruptions, they are initiations. Your purpose doesn't demand perfection, it demands permission for your soul to lead. And once you allow that, the collapse becomes a doorway, the breakdown becomes your becoming. And now you stand at the threshold of something deeper, not a destination, but a transmission. This is no longer about fixing or seeking, this is about embodying. You are the evidence of alignment, the living proof that collapse can lead to consecration. But embodiment doesn't come through striving, it comes through noticing. Start asking weekly, what gives me energy? What drains me? What feels sacred even when no one sees it? These aren't surface-level questions. They're maps. They reveal your frequency. Follow what lights you up, even if it's unconventional, quiet, or misunderstood. Have you ever done something that felt holy, even though no one clapped? That's the hint. That's the thread. Pull it. Jesus said in Matthew 6:6, "Go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." Heaven doesn't reward performance. It responds to authenticity. Your mission may not be flashy, it may not be marketable, but it will be magnetic. It will heal through frequency, not formula. The resume. Heaven Reads is made of honesty, alignment, and willingness. That's it. Spiritual teacher and author Eckhart Tolle once said, "You find peace not by rearranging the circumstances of your life, but by realizing who you are at the deepest level." His work reached millions, not because he shouted louder, but because his presence carried stillness. His power was quiet but unmistakable. You've searched for mentors, for signs, for miracles. You've read every prophecy, replayed every message. But here's the final revelation. You are the portal, the bridge, the temple, the channel where heaven meets earth. Not someday, not after more training, not when you're finally ready. It's now. There was a woman named Lena who lived alone in a small coastal town. She rarely spoke in crowds, but every morning she would sit barefoot on the sand and watch the tide rise. She didn't post it, she didn't teach it. But one day, as the sun touched the water, she whispered aloud, "I feel more alive here than anywhere else." That one sentence became her compass. She left her corporate job, studied oceanic biology, and began leading quiet restoration retreats. No big platform, but deep impact. So what about you? What are the things you do that feel like worship, even when they look ordinary? What if your mission is hidden in those moments? What if God's will isn't in some far-off calling, but in what already ignites you here and now? This is the end of spiritual chasing and the beginning of divine transmitting. You no longer beg for light, you become it. You no longer wait for permission, you move in timing that's encoded in your bones. Practical step, start your mornings with embodied declaration. Say aloud, "I am the portal. I carry the light of all timelines. I open myself to divine intelligence." Then walk, not in perfection, not in performance, but in presence. The more honest you are with yourself, the more clearly the divine flows through you, without distortion, without delay. That's all heaven asks for, not greatness, but availability. Even in the book of Acts, Peter's shadow began healing people, not because he was flawless, but because he was present. Acts 5:15. His aura became alignment, his walk a sermon, his presence a sanctuary. You're becoming that now. Have you noticed how your presence shifts a room, how children stare longer, how animals approach or avoid with precision? Your field isn't fantasy, it's function, it's divine electromagnetism in motion. Nature confirms it again. Fireflies don't glow for applause. They glow to connect, to communicate, to radiate from within. You too are glowing now, not to impress, but to resonate. And yes, most of us were taught to contain ourselves. Be polite, stay small, don't feel too much. But that era is over. The world no longer needs polite silence. It needs embodied radiance. Not louder voices, but truer frequencies. So, take up your full space. Let heaven echo through your hands, your breath, your choices. Not with striving, but with sincerity. Because when you walk in this kind of truth, you don't just meet God. You become the place where God meets the world. When you finally say yes to your soul, something powerful begins to stir. And no, it's not always peaceful at first. When light floods the cave, the shadows don't vanish, they scream. Have you felt it yet? That rush of emotion, sharp and wild, breaking through in waves. That isn't dysfunction. That's the beginning of release. You've stored so much. For years, maybe decades. The unspoken grief, the polite anger, the swallowed dreams, the silenced truths. And now that your soul is awakening, it refuses to leak gently. It erupts. Have you noticed the sudden tears, the rising frustration without clear reason, the unexpected joy that makes no sense? This isn't chaos. This is liberation. Scripture tells us in Psalm 34:18, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." But sometimes the spirit must be crushed to reveal where it was held hostage. Your eruption is not failure. It's freedom-demanding embodiment. In the story of Jeremiah, known as the weeping prophet, he once cried, "There is fire in my bones, and I cannot hold it in." Jeremiah 29. He wasn't losing control. He was being moved by truth that could no longer be contained. So are you. You're not unraveling, you're unsealing. Dr. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, Jungian analyst and author of Women Who Run with the Wolves, once said, "Crying is the way home, the fastest way back to your soul." She knew what modern culture avoids, that eruption is often the only honest path to integration. I once met a man named Jonas, who'd grown up being the calm one. He never raised his voice, never cried, always held it together, until one night, after reading a childhood letter he'd forgotten he wrote, something snapped. He screamed into a closet full of suits. Then he laughed. Then he wept for 2 hours. That night, he wrote poetry for the first time in 30 years. Today, he leads grief circles for high-performing men who forgot how to feel. His breakdown became his initiation. So what about you? What's been asking to come up? What have you tried to manage that now demands to be felt? What if the shaking isn't weakness, but safety? What if the tears aren't confusion, but clarity? This is alchemical exorcism. It's not indulgent, it's sacred. Your soul is finally safe enough to release what your mind couldn't process. Let it roar, scream into your pillow, cry without story, dance until your hips unlock memory, write letters you'll never send, not to get attention, but to get yourself back. Because if you don't release consciously, your body will do it for you, through illness, through conflict, through collapse. And you've come too far to unconsciously self-destruct now. Think of a geyser buried beneath pressure for centuries. It doesn't whisper, it blasts. And when it does, the landscape is never the same. But it also becomes more alive, richer, renewed? What if your eruption is exactly what your soul's soil needed? This is not about staying composed, it's about burning clean. Let the wave rise, let the roar come, and when it finishes, let the stillness return. Not because you forced it, but because you finally made room for it to live. So this is where we arrive, not with applause, but with awe. You've walked through the flames, you've stood in the collapse, you've witnessed the shaking, the eruption, the silence after the storm. And through it all, one truth remains. You're still here, not surviving, but transforming. The old identity has crumbled. The old performance has ended. And now your soul stands uncloaked, unmasked, unshaken. This wasn't about self-improvement. This was about sacred embodiment. You didn't come here to chase light. You came here to radiate it. Every tear was a turning point. Every breakdown, a birth canal. Every quiet decision to keep showing up became a declaration to heaven. I am ready. I am here. I am becoming. So, chosen one, don't shrink back now. Don't edit yourself for comfort. Don't apologize for your fire. You weren't made to stay hidden. You were made to carry glory. Your body may feel like it's ending, but what's truly ending is the version of you that couldn't carry the fullness of your calling. The collapse was never to destroy you. It was to make room for the real you to rise. If this message stirred something in you, don't keep it to yourself. Like it. Share it. Comment below what part spoke to your spirit. Subscribe if you haven't yet, because this space is more than a channel. It's a sanctuary for those awakening into alignment. And to everyone who's supported this work, whether through super thanks or simply by listening in silence, thank you. Your presence matters. Your resonance is felt. You're not just a viewer, you're part of this movement. And so, as you step into the rest of your day, I speak this blessing over you. May your body align with heaven's rhythm. May your soul burn clean and clear. May your presence shift atmospheres. And may you walk forward, not in fear, but in full embodied truth. You are the place where God meets the world, and the world needs what only you carry. Until next time, stay grounded, stay radiant, and stay ready. You're not just chosen, you're becoming the proof.